Chapter 27:11. Qin Feiyang looked at Sandwich and said indifferently, "You should have more tricks up your sleeves." "Of course." Sandwich nodded. His tone carried a kind of arrogance that disdained everything in the world. "It's just a spirit form, how strong can it be? I'm not in the mood to continue fooling around with you. When we leave China, I'll have a good fight with your original body if there's a chance. Remember, don't let me down." With that, Qin Feiyang directly activated the 3,000 clones. 3,000 clones! Beast Emperor and Wang Ning's eyes were burning with passion. This was Qin Feiyang's strongest trick. To be honest, even they wanted to take it for themselves. With these 3,000 clones, given their cultivation and strength, even if they fought the 10 ancestral dragons head-on, they could kill them in seconds. They really couldn't figure it out. Why did Qin Feiyang have so many terrifying godly arts? Wasn't Qin Feiyang from the lower realm? In their eyes, the Forgotten Continent and Great Qin Empire were lower realms. How could a mere lower realm possess such heaven-defying deity techniques? Actually, when Qin Feiyang obtained the 3,000 clones, he didn't realize how terrifying they were. He just felt that they were very powerful. At that time, he saw that Zhuge Mingyang was pretty good at using them, so he snatched them from Zhuge Mingyang. At first, he could summon one clone and dozens of clones. He always felt that the 3,000 clones should be a kind of ordinary auxiliary godly art. He had never really studied it. But as his cultivation increased, and as he understood the 3,000 clones, he gradually realized that the 3,000 clones could be comparable to a godly art. No! In some ways, the 3,000 clones were even more powerful than a godly art. In the past, the 6-word godly art was his trump card. But now, the 3,000 clones were his strongest trump card. In short, once the 3,000 clones were activated, they could definitely create an impossible miracle on the battlefield. 9-9-1! Once the 3,000 clones appeared, they also activated the Guiyuan sword technique. 3,000 sword shadows that were tens of thousands of meters long hovered in the sky. Their sharpness was peerlessly terrifying, and they shattered the void and the earth within 1,000,000 miles. Just the might of the 3,000 sword shadows was enough to create a doomsday-like scene. It was hard to imagine what would happen if he was struck by the 3,000 sword shadows. And at this moment, whether it was the Beast Emperor, Xue Ling, Li Feng, or the Crimson Giant Tiger, all of them couldn't help but tremble. This was fear. The 3,000 incarnations and the 3,000 sword shadows were like an army of the Grim Reaper. "Li Feng, help me!" Sandwich shouted in panic. If it was outside, he wouldn't be afraid. With his strength, even if he was only in his soul form, he could still kill Qin Feiyang in an instant. But it was different here. Even if you are at the Great Perfection Imperishable stage, you can only suppress it to the Great Perfection 9 Heaven stage. Facing Qin Feiyang, who was invincible under the undead realm, there was simply no need to struggle. All he needed to do was stand there and wait for death. Hearing Sandwich's cry for help, Li Feng suddenly quivered. He quickly stood in front of Sandwich and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Qin Dage, you can't kill him!" Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the Beast Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Feng gloomily, saying, "I'll kindly advise you to stay away from him. It's none of your business." Li Feng glared at the Beast Emperor, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This is the last thing I'm begging you. Let us go, and we won't disturb you any more." "Why are you so protective of him?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Li Feng pondered for a moment and said, "Because he's my master." "Master?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. This answer was somewhat unexpected. "You actually acknowledged him as your master? Kid, do you know his identity? His methods? Wake up. It's impossible for him to help you without any ulterior motives," the Beast Emperor shouted. "Do I know what he's after? But I don't care. As long as I can quickly become stronger, as long as I can destroy the dragons, I'm willing to do anything," Li Feng said. "Then what is he after?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I can't say, this is my agreement with him." Li Feng shook his head. Frenzy shouted impatiently. How troublesome! Just kill them all! Hearing this, Li Feng's body trembled slightly. If Qin Feiyang really wanted to kill him, he had no room to fight back. Plop! Suddenly, Li Feng knelt in the air, looking at Qin Feiyang and said, Qin Dage, I beg you, please let us go. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at Li Feng, the disappointment in his eyes growing stronger. Perhaps he shouldn't have helped this kid. If Li Feng had died with the people of Cloud Mountain Village back then, it might have been a good thing. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and turned to look at the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor pondered for a while and shook his head. He's just a wisp of divine soul now. It's meaningless to kill him. Forget it, let them go. Thank you. Li Feng thanked him profusely. The Beast Emperor looked at Li Feng, then at Sanguis, and said with a ferocious expression, But remember this, when we return to Divine Land, I will definitely find you and tear you into pieces. Return to Divine Land? Sanguis murmured and laughed. I'm afraid that will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Just you wait and see. The Beast Emperor smiled coldly. Let's go! With a wave of his hand, Sanguis took Li Feng and flew away without looking back. Sigh! What a pity! Looking at Li Feng's back, Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. Then, with a thought, the 3,000 clones disappeared into thin air. The 3,000 sword shadows also disappeared. The white-eyed wolf said, Little Qin Zi, you actually care about him. Otherwise, with your personality, you wouldn't hesitate at all. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. He couldn't bear to kill Li Feng. The entire Cloud Mountain village was left with only one son. If he killed him, the Cloud Mountain village's bloodline would be completely cut off. And all of this was because of the dragons. If the dragons didn't massacre the Cloud Mountain village, how would Li Feng become like this? In fact, in the end, Li Feng's goal was the same as his, to eliminate the dragons. However, Li Feng's method was more extreme. Let's wait and see. The current Li Feng hadn't completely demonized yet. Because at least he kept his promise and wouldn't hurt the beasts in hell. If the day came when he demonized, he would personally end Li Feng's life. Who are you? How dare you impersonate Qin Feiyang? Suddenly, there was an angry roar. The blood-red giant tiger was staring at Qin Feiyang with an unfriendly gaze. But it didn't dare to attack. Impersonate? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The real one was standing here. How did it become an impersonation? You said just now that they are the people that Lord King Yu wants to kill. But now you're letting them go. Doesn't this prove that you're lying to me? Since you're lying to me, if you're not an impersonator, then what are you? The blood-red giant tiger said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This explanation was quite reasonable. Wang Ming said. You blind guy, didn't you hear Li Feng call him Qin Dage just now? Calling him Qin Dage, does that prove that he's Qin Feiyang? Ridiculous. You're very strong, but don't forget that this is hell. You'd better follow me to the ancient city obediently and wait for Lord King Yu's punishment. The blood-red giant tiger said. Hearing those words, Qin Feiyang and the others all had a helpless expression. The white-eyed wolf said, Little Qin Zi, why don't you prove it? How? Before we left, Lord King Yu didn't give us anything like a token, Qin Feiyang said. The Beast Emperor and the others couldn't help frowning. Looking at the blood-red giant tiger's attitude, it wouldn't let them go easily if they didn't prove it. If they insisted on leaving, the blood-red giant tiger definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. But then, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Therefore, they really had to clarify this matter. Besides, the blood-red giant tiger did this to protect Qin Feiyang's reputation. After all, if someone impersonated him, it would damage Qin Feiyang's image and reputation. Therefore, the blood-red giant tiger also had good intentions. If they heard it because of this, wouldn't it seem that they were cruel and unscrupulous? I know a way to prove your identity. The blood-red giant tiger looked at Qin Feiyang and said. What way? Qin Feiyang said. Although I haven't seen Qin Feiyang and don't know what Qin Feiyang looks like, I've heard rumors about him. He has activated a heaven-defying battle soul, the Eye of Heaven. If you're really Qin Feiyang, then activate the Eye of Heaven and show me. The blood-red giant tiger said. Eye of Heaven? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said with a smile. You should have said so earlier. After saying that, he activated the dragon's soul and the Eye of Heaven appeared. The blood-red giant tiger looked at the eye between the dragon's soul's eyebrows and suddenly released divine power, and a blood moon appeared. The blood-red giant tiger said, Copy it and see. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. What a cautious guy. Then, he followed the tiger's words and copied the blood moon. It's indeed the Eye of Heaven. The blood-red giant tiger's eyes trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, Greetings, Lord. There's no problem now, right? Qin Feiyang asked. No. A battle soul like the Eye of Heaven is one of a kind. So there's definitely no problem with your identity. If I offended you earlier, please forgive me, my lord. The blood-red giant tiger panicked. It's fine. You're also protecting my reputation. I should thank you. Get up quickly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Thank me? The blood-red giant tiger was stunned. It stood up and looked up and down at Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. As the rumors say, you're a very special human. The blood-red giant tiger said. Ha. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, All right, I still have to go to the Forest of Gods and Demons. I won't stay any longer. Forest of Gods and Demons? The blood-red giant tiger was stunned and asked, Does that mean you're already planning to leave hell? Not yet. I'm just going to the Forest of Gods and Demons to try my luck and see if I can comprehend a type of law. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then you have to be careful. The Forest of Gods and Demons is very dangerous. I used to have a few companions. After entering the Forest of Gods and Demons, they never returned. The blood-red giant tiger said with a hint of melancholy. Thank you. I'll be careful. If you have time, tell the other ferocious beasts what I look like and let them spread the news. Otherwise, I'll have to prove myself again. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The blood-red giant tiger smiled embarrassedly and nodded. All right. We'll meet again if fate allows. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and gestured for Wang Ming to leave. With a wave of his hand, Wang Ming swept everyone up and disappeared at lightning speed. Did you hear that? Immediately spread Qin Feiyang's appearance for this emperor. Also, tell them to be more observant so that they don't accidentally injure Qin Feiyang. The blood-red giant tiger retracted its gaze and shouted at the beasts around it. Yes. The herd of beasts immediately dispersed and rushed in all directions. Chapter 27:12. Day by day, year by year passed. Although there would be some troubles along the way, with the strength of Qin Feiyang and the rest, they could easily solve it. One day, a vast forest entered their sight. The forest was endless, the mountains were undulating, and the ancient trees towered into the sky. As for those ancient trees, they were unimaginably thick and solid. Every single one of them required several people to surround. In fact, some ancient trees required dozens of people to surround. The vines in the forest were like giant pythons, entangling everywhere, filled with a strong aura. However, there was no aura of beasts in the mountain, only dead silence. This kind of dead silence made one a little scared. Swish! Qin Feiyang and his group stopped outside, covered in dust. They curiously sized up the forest. This was the divine demon forest? On the surface, other than the atmosphere being a little strange, there didn't seem to be any danger. This divine demon forest can't be looked at with ordinary eyes, the Beast Emperor said in a deep voice. Among the group, he was undoubtedly the most qualified to speak. Because this wasn't his first time here. Then what kind of danger is there in this forest? Frenzy was curious. Any kind of danger might exist. In short, if you want to go in, you must be fully prepared, the Beast Emperor said. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Frenzy was speechless. To be honest, although I have been to hell so many times, I have never gone deep into the divine demon forest. The Beast Emperor shook his head. Then how do you know that any kind of danger might exist? Frenzy asked. Of course I know. Although I haven't gone deep into the divine demon forest, I have entered it before. That was when the hell of the underworld first opened. At that time, Long Zun Yizhong, this emperor, Long Zun, various ancestral dragons, as well as countless dragons. It was our first time here and we didn't know the situation in the divine demon forest, so we barged in without any worries. But guess what happened in the end? In the end, it was Long Zun who activated the space-time law and brought us out. Otherwise, the entire dragon clan would have been wiped out that time. The Beast Emperor said in a deep voice. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. This seemed a little too outrageous. What dangers did you encounter when you entered the mythical forest? Man asked curiously. Behemoth, illusion. The Beast Emperor said. Behemoth? Illusion? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Don't underestimate the illusions here. The illusions here are many times more powerful than the illusions we encountered in Fallen Valley. No matter how strong a person's temperament is, it will still be difficult for them to escape. The most important thing is, normal illusions only confuse the mind and won't cause any harm to the body. However, not only can the illusions here confuse your mind, they can also pose a fatal threat to your body. For example, if you are injured in the illusion, you will also be injured. If you die in the illusion, then you will really die. Back then, I almost died in an illusion. The Beast Emperor said. That's a little scary. Qin Feiyang and the others mumbled. Back then, after Long Zun led everyone out of the mythical forest, he made a conclusion. Everyone has encountered an illusion, but every illusion is different. We guessed that this should be a test of one's mind. The Beast Emperor said. I see. Qin Feiyang was enlightened and asked, what about the behemoths? The Beast Emperor scanned the forest in front of him and said, the behemoths are naturally the ferocious beasts in the mythical forest. There are ferocious beasts here? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It looked so calm. There shouldn't be any ferocious beasts here. Of course there are. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts here are extremely powerful. The most terrifying thing is that each of them has a supreme divine artifact and a divine art. The Beast Emperor said. So powerful? Then why don't we sense the aura of the ferocious beasts? Wang Ming was suspicious. Because the mythical forest is a domain. Although it looks like there is nothing around the mythical forest, there is actually an invisible domain. This domain covers the entire mythical forest and can seal off all auras. Only when you step into the mythical forest will you truly realize how terrifying it is. The Beast Emperor said. Domain? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and scanned the sky above the mythical forest. Indeed, they didn't see anything. I'll go take a look, Yang Li said and flew forward. Don't go! The Beast Emperor immediately shouted. HM? Yang Li was instantly shocked and stopped in his tracks to look at the Beast Emperor suspiciously. Don't be rash. The Beast Emperor glared at Yang Li and said in a deep voice. Once you enter the mythical forest, there is no way out. What? Yang Li's gaze trembled as he looked at the mythical forest in shock. One could only enter and not exit. It is easy to enter this domain, but one has to go through many dangers to exit from the other side. Which is the mythical square. In other words, the exit of the mythical forest is the mythical square. The Beast Emperor said. Wang Ming looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Young Master, are we going in now or? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and scanned the surroundings with a frown. Why can't I see anyone? That's right. Didn't we release the news long ago? Logically speaking, there should be people rushing to the mythical forest. Lunatic slapped his head and looked around suspiciously. How can they be faster than us? Wang Ming shook his head. That's right. We activated the supreme level auxiliary divine art the entire time. As for the others, They're either weak, or don't have supreme-level auxiliary divine arts. Even if they do, they wouldn't dare to activate it. That's because activating the supreme-level auxiliary divine art consumes too much divine power. Besides, just because there isn't one here doesn't mean there isn't one elsewhere. After all, the mythical forest is so huge. They could be in another direction. Yanli said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the Beast Emperor trio with a smile. It must be tough for you guys to travel for the past 10-odd years. You should rest first. Okay. The three of them nodded. They looked around and found a secluded valley not far away on the left. Inside the valley, there was a pack of blood wolves at the Nine Heavens realm. However, when Qin Feiyang and the others landed in the valley, the pack of blood wolves immediately ran away. We'll rest here for the time being, Qin Feiyang said. Everyone nodded. Wang Ming and Yang Li sat cross-legged on the ground and threw divine power pills into their mouths. Then, they took out a bunch of divine crystals to refine and absorb. That way, they would recover faster. As for Qin Feiyang, Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf, they didn't do anything along the way, so they naturally didn't need to rest. Old man. Lunatic suddenly looked at the Beast Emperor and said, Didn't you say that the beasts in the mythical forest all have supreme-level divine weapons and divine arts? Yes. The Beast Emperor nodded. Since there are supreme-level divine weapons and divine arts, does that mean there are heaven-defying divine weapons and divine arts as well? Lunatic asked. Logically speaking, there should be. But I don't know if there are any. The Beast Emperor thought for a moment. Lunatic chuckled. This mythical forest is really something to look forward to. Look forward to? The Beast Emperor's mouth twitched. I won't see you if you want to go in, but you can't force me to go in. Look at how timid you are. Lunatic looked down on him. Say what you want. In any case, I didn't plan to go in from the beginning. After you enter the mythical forest, I'll go directly to the mythical square to wait for you. The Beast Emperor said indifferently. Lunatic raised his middle finger. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Beast Emperor. It seemed that the mythical forest wasn't a good place. Otherwise, the Beast Emperor wouldn't be so afraid. Qin Feiyang asked. Where's the safe path? Over there. The Beast Emperor pointed to the mountains on the right and said, It's not far from us. We'll be there in an hour. Safe path. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and frowned. Do you think the ancestral dragons might be waiting for us at the safe path? The Beast Emperor paused for a moment and nodded. Well, it might be possible. The 7 ancestral dragons definitely wouldn't let it go. The best way to kill Qin Feiyang was to ambush them at the entrance of the safe path. This way, they would be able to kill them before they could react. Qin Feiyang said. Go and rest. Take us to the safe path later. Okay. The Beast Emperor nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. Qin Feiyang left the valley and stood at the peak of a giant mountain, looking at the mythical forest. What are you looking at? Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf flew to the peak and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I'm wondering if the mythical forest is suppressing something like the Fallen Valley? Qin Feiyang said. Suppressing something? Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf were taken aback. Otherwise, why would there be an invisible domain here? And we can only enter and not leave? Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the two of them became excited. If it was suppressing something, it must be a heaven-defying divine item like the Blood Demon Tower. White-Eyed Wolf, before you entered the Nether King's Hell, didn't you say that you had to come? What is your reason? Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at White-Eyed Wolf and frowned. Yes. I'm here for the Blood Demon Tower. What about you? Lunatic also looked at White-Eyed Wolf in confusion. It seemed that all these years, the ingrate had only been cultivating and cultivating. He had not done anything else. Hee. If I didn't say that, would you let me in? White-Eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled slyly. You bastard! Qin Feiyang immediately sent a kick over. Why are you angry? Doesn't this prove that I was right to come here? If I didn't come to the Nether King's Hell, would I have gone to the Nether King's ancient city? If I didn't go to the Nether King's ancient city, would I have broken through to the greater success stage so quickly? White-eyed Wolf dodged to the side and picked his nose proudly. Qin Feiyang and Lunatic looked at each other speechlessly. Chapter 27:13. Speaking of which, I wonder how old Zhao and the others are doing now. What changes have there been to the time rules of the Black Tortoise realm? The White-eyed Wolf said. Even though the castle was right beside Qin Feiyang, he couldn't even talk to them. They must be working harder to cultivate. So, we must not relax, Qin Feiyang said. The White-eyed Wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang looked around again, then looked up at the sky and laughed. It seems that this Nether King's hell is not the third floor. What do you mean? The White-eyed Wolf was taken aback. When I entered the passage, I heard the fire dragon's voice, so I thought this was the third floor, Qin Feiyang said. The fire dragon's voice? The White-eyed Wolf was stunned, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Now that you mention it, I remember that I heard the fire dragon's voice in the passage. It can't be! Qin Feiyang was surprised. That is to say, the appearance of the fire dragon was not an illusion. Could it be? Was this really the third floor? The man looked at the two of them suspiciously and said, The fire dragon you guys are talking about, does it look like this? Finished. The man waved his hand, and a huge fire dragon appeared. How do you know? Qin Feiyang and the White-eyed Wolf looked at the fire dragon and said in surprise. That's right. This was the fire dragon from the Divine Ruins. I also saw it in the passage. At that time, it ran out and ambushed me. At first, I thought it was some fierce beast, but when I absorbed the evil energy around me, I realized that it was a divine dragon. At that time, I thought that it was a dragon, the madman said. That bastard, why would he appear in the Hell King's passageway? I remember the fire python said before that it seemed to have gone to the third floor. Could this place really be the third level of the divine site? The White-eyed Wolf also scanned his surroundings in bewilderment. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. His mind was in a mess. Right. Here, take this soul-anchoring divine pearl. Man took out the soul-anchoring divine pearl, erased the blood contract and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He grabbed the soul-anchoring divine pearl and asked, You don't want to keep it? I have already left the ancient city of Qingyu. That old man doesn't even have the chance to possess me. What's the point of staying here? Madman waved his hand. Qin Feiyang dripped a drop of blood on the soul-settling divine pearl to recognize it as its master. He put away the soul-settling divine pearl and asked, Have you ever wondered why he was so determined to possess you? Do you even need to ask? It must be because of my extraordinary talent. Man laughed narcissistically. Shameless. The White-eyed Wolf looked down on him. I am being serious. I feel that the reason why he wanted to possess you might be because you can absorb the special evil force of Fallen Valley. After all, there were so many people there. Why did he choose you? Qin Feiyang said. I think so too. Man nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, Let me take a look at your saws again. I already said that there is no mark. What is there to see? Man was speechless. It is better to be safe than sorry. There wasn't one before. What if there is suddenly one? If there is a mark, you won't be able to leave the Nether King's hell. That is why we have to confirm it. Qin Feiyang said. Man was helpless. He sat on the ground and took off his shoes. He stretched out his feet and said, Take a look. Qin Feiyang and the White-eyed Wolf looked. There was indeed no mark on his soles. How can he absorb the evil force? What a freak. Qin Feiyang muttered. Man said as he put on his shoes, You should say that to the White-eyed Wolf. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the White-eyed Wolf. The White-eyed Wolf immediately said proudly, There is no energy in the world that I can't absorb. Scram! Qin Feiyang glared at it fiercely. Time flew by. The next morning, Beast Emperor and the other two woke up. After a day and night of quiet cultivation, their essence, chi, and spirit had already recovered to their peak state. Immediately after, under Beast Emperor's lead, the group flew toward a safe path. An hour later, suddenly, one aura after another entered their senses. There is someone? Wang Ming was stunned. When they crossed a mountain, they immediately saw a plain in front of them. The plain was overgrown with weeds. In a certain area of the plains, there were about 100 people. They were gathered together. Some were talking in low voices, while others were meditating with their eyes closed. Beast Emperor led Qin Feiyang and the others to a mountain ridge outside the plain and looked suspiciously at the people on the plain. They're all gathered here? Wang Ming was surprised. This is the entrance to the safe path. Look over there. Beast Emperor pointed at the forest of gods and demons as he spoke. Qin Feiyang and the others looked over and saw a 1-meter-wide bluestone path at the edge of the forest of gods and demons. The path wound straight into the depths of the forest of gods and demons. Why is there a path specially for people to walk on? The white-eyed wolf was astonished. This path already existed the first time the Hell of the Nether King opened. That's why we don't know who paved this path. Beast Emperor shook his head. It has to be the Dragon God. After all, the Hell of the Nether King is his world. Madman said. It can't be the Dragon God. How could the high and mighty Dragon God do something so boring? I think it might be the Blood Demon Clan. Beast Emperor said. Blood Demon Clan? Madman was blank. Needless to say, this possibility was quite high. That's right. There are 2 more things I didn't tell you yesterday. You can't fly in the forest of gods and demons, so you can only walk through it. Also, there's a mysterious power in the forest of gods and demons. No matter what is destroyed, it will automatically return to its original state after an hour. Beast Emperor said. What? Automatically return to its original state? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other in dismay. That's right. It means that even if you destroy the entire forest of gods and demons, everything will return to its original state after an hour. Beast Emperor said. That's amazing. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the forest of gods and demons in amazement. Beast Emperor then looked at the 100 or so people on the plain and said, But why are they gathered here? Is there a problem with that? Yanli didn't understand. Of course there's a problem. Before entering Hell, the dragons didn't disclose this safe route to the public. Neither did they disclose the situation in the forest of gods and demons to the public. Logically speaking, they should have entered the forest of gods and demons the moment they came here. But why are they still here now? It's as if they know that the forest of gods and demons is very dangerous. Beast Emperor said. Hearing Beast Emperor's words, there did seem to be a problem. Look! Suddenly, Wang Ming pointed to a spot not far from the crowd. There was a huge rock over there and a white-haired old man was sitting cross-legged under it. Yizhong? Yanli was stunned. That's right. That white-haired old man was Yizhong. So he's the good guy. Beast Emperor mumbled. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What's wrong? Beast Emperor looked at him suspiciously. If these people know that the path is the safe route, why are they still here? Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Hell is so dangerous. If I were them and knew that there was a safe route to the square of gods and demons, I would definitely head there immediately. But these people are all gathered here. Therefore, we can basically conclude that they definitely don't know that the path is the safe route to the square of gods and demons. Lunatic said. Beast Emperor thought for a moment, and felt that it made sense. He asked suspiciously, Then why is Yizhong hiding it from them? I'm not sure. Qin Feiyang and Lunatic shook their heads. Also, I didn't see the ancestral dragons. Did they head directly to the square of gods and demons? Wang Ming was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. When the ancestral dragons left, they were all murderous. It really doesn't make sense if they didn't ambush us here. It doesn't suit their personalities either. Yanli mumbled. Qin Feiyang looked at Yizhong and then at the 100 people. Let's observe the situation first. The group stood on the mountain ridge and did not make a move. In the blink of an eye, the day was over and evening fell. The evil moon rose and the world turned even darker red. Swoosh! At this moment, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard it, they immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw more than 10 figures streaking through the air at lightning speed. The person in the lead was a young man in blood-red clothes. Although he looked like a young man, his aura was extremely strong. The dozen people behind him were also respectful to the young man. It's him. Blood Dragon, Ancestral Dragon. Wang Ming's pupils constricted. That's right. The young man in blood-red clothes was Blood Dragon, Ancestral Dragon. And the people behind the young man in blood-red clothes were all pure humans. Soon, the young man in blood-red clothes led those people and descended above the plain. The young man in blood-red clothes pointed at the plain and said, "You guys can rest here first." Yes. The dozen or so people responded respectfully and landed on the plains. The young man in blood-red clothes flew towards Yizhong. "Let's go over and take a look." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he sent a voice transmission. "How do we go over?" Beast Emperor frowned. "That's easy." Qin Feiyang smiled and activated the concealment spell. He led everyone directly into the sky above the plain and landed not far away from Yizhong and the young man in blood-red clothes. The young man in blood-red clothes asked, "Old man Yi, did anything unusual happen today?" "No." Yizhong opened his eyes and glanced at the young man in blood-red clothes. He responded indifferently and closed his eyes again. Seeing Yizhong's attitude, the young man in blood-red clothes couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. He sat cross-legged on the side and refined the evil power in his body. Soon, whoosh! There were a few more sounds of something tearing through the air. The woman in white and the other 6 ancestral dragons arrived at the plain one after another. And they brought back dozens of people with them. In addition to the original 100 people, there were about 300 people on the plain now. However, their cultivation levels were mixed. There were peerless gods, 9 heavens realm, and even godly lords. After giving some instructions to those people, the woman in white and the other ancestral dragons landed beside Yizhong and the young man in blood-red clothes. "You're all back." The young man in blood-red clothes opened his eyes and looked at the 6 people. "Yes." The 6 people nodded. Chapter 27:14. The blood-red clothed youth looked at the 300 people and frowned. "This is far from enough." "Yes. But it doesn't matter. We still have plenty of time. More and more people will come here in the future," the white-clothed woman said. The blood-red clothed youth nodded. He stood up and said, "I heard another piece of news today. Is it about the inheritance of heaven-defying artifacts and the power of laws?" the white-clothed woman asked. "How did you know?" The blood-red clothed youth was stunned. The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice, "We also heard about it." "How did you know?" The blood-red clothed youth looked at the 6 people in shock. "He said it." The white-clothed woman pointed at the people she had just brought back. She then looked at the blood-red clothed youth and asked, "What about you?" The blood-red clothed youth said, "I also heard it from the people I brought back today." "That's strange. Why did they all say that the divine demon forest has the inheritance of heaven-defying artifacts and the power of laws?" The white-clothed woman frowned. "There must be something wrong. When we go out tomorrow, we must find out about this," the blood-red clothed youth said in a deep voice. The white-clothed woman nodded and asked with a smile, "How's the refining of the evil force?" "Don't mention it. The evil force in the Fallen Valley is too difficult to refine." The blood-red clothed youth sighed. When they left, there was no frenzied man's barrier. Naturally, a large amount of evil force invaded their bodies. They had been refining it all these years. But the effect was minimal. Fortunately, their cultivation was strong. Otherwise, they would have been eroded by the evil force. "It's all because of those 2 bastards, Li Bu Air and Frenzied Man," the golden dragon ancestral dragon said with resentment in his eyes. When Qin Feiyang and Frenzied Man were mentioned, their eyes flashed coldly. Yi Zhong, it's been so long. Shouldn't you be honest with us? What happened after we left the Fallen Valley? Is that disciple of yours dead or alive? If he's dead, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? The white-clothed woman looked at Yi Zhong and frowned. Yi Zhong really didn't tell them? Surprised, the Beast Emperor turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had expected this. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Yi Zhong and the 7 ancestral dragons in silence. Even if I can't kill Li Buer, I can kill Qin Feiyang. After all, as long as he's not dead, he'll come to the Divine Devil Forest sooner or later. As long as I can kill him, my efforts won't be in vain. Yi Zhong slowly opened his eyes and looked at the 7 ancestor dragons. When Qin Feiyang heard Yi Zhong's words, he revealed a look of understanding. He glanced at the 300 people and thought, so they gathered these people to deal with me. Just like that? Madman's face was full of disdain. Of course, this amount of people is nothing. But don't forget, there are millions of humans who have entered the hell of Hades. Even if the survival rate is only 10%, there are still hundreds of thousands of people. If they gather all these people, it will be troublesome. The Beast Emperor transmitted his voice. What are you afraid of? We'll catch them all in one fell swoop, Madman said proudly. The Beast Emperor glanced at Madman and didn't say anything else. He continued to look at Yi Zhong and the 7 ancestral dragons. Humph! After hearing Yi Zhong's words, the blood-red youth snorted and said, In our eyes, Li Buer deserves to be killed more than Qin Feiyang. Then go and kill him. Why are you talking to me? Yi Zhong frowned. What's with your attitude? We're just asking you. We didn't do anything to you, the blood-red youth said angrily. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you. Don't bother me. After saying that, Yi Zhong closed his eyes again. Bastard! I've tolerated you for a long time. If you don't make it clear today, don't blame me for falling out with you. The blood-red youth was enraged. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. The white-robed woman comforted the blood-red youth and walked to Yi Zhong's side and asked, Old man Yi, since you came here, you haven't said a word about Li Buer. Did he betray you? Hearing this, Yi Zhong couldn't help but clench his fists. Betrayal? If it was just betrayal, why would he be so heartbroken? Li Buer, this Li Buer was Qin Feiyang. However, he didn't dare to say the truth. He was afraid that Yi Qing would be implicated and even more afraid that Yi Shui and the old man would be implicated. Because the ancestral dragons were prejudiced against him. If they knew about this, they would definitely use it as an excuse to make a fuss. Looking at Yi Zhong's expression, the white-robed woman sighed. It seems that I guessed correctly. I knew that Li Buer and Man weren't good people. To think that you and Old Black took care of them, the blood-red youth said in disgust. Master, how long are you going to keep silent? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Yi Zhong's mind. Yi Zhong's gaze trembled. He immediately opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. What's wrong with you? The 7 ancestral dragons looked at Yi Zhong in surprise. Yi Zhong remained silent. Master, I still want to enter the Divine Dragon Island. I'll have to rely on you. That voice sounded in Yi Zhong's mind again. Yi Zhong clenched his fists tightly. After a long time, he sighed and looked at the 7 ancestral dragons. It's not what you think. The 7 ancestral dragons were stunned. Yi Zhong shook his head and said, Li Buer didn't betray me. No? Then why are you? The 7 of them looked at him in confusion. It's because of Qin Feiyang. When we finished the treasure hunt, we were preparing to come to the Divine Devil Square together. But who would have thought that Qin Feiyang and the Blood Demon race were already lying in ambush outside Fallen Valley? We were caught off guard. Li Buer, Frenzy, and the Beast Emperor were separated from me. Now I don't know if they're dead or alive. Yi Zhong said. So that's how it is. The 7 of them suddenly understood. The blood-red youth said. Then what do you think about our plan to deal with your disciple? you're all ancestral dragons, high and mighty. Can I influence your decision? Yi Zhong snorted coldly. At least you have some self-awareness. But don't worry, as long as he's willing to obediently hand over the divine item he got from Fallen Valley, we'll give you face and let him live. The blood-red youth said. Then I'll have to thank you. Yi Zhong looked at them and said coldly, then closed his eyes and went silent. But in his heart he was mocking them. What a bunch of idiots! They thought that victory was in their hands, but they didn't know that Qin Feiyang was already eyeing them in the dark. The blood-red youth glanced at Yi Zhong, then at the blood-red woman and the others. Then hurry up and refine the evil force, we still have to go out and continue to look for people tomorrow. The 6 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, then he turned and left with Frenzy and the others. Not far away, on a mountain peak, the Beast Emperor turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Why aren't you making a move?" "No hurry. Let's let them have some hope first. Plus, they've gathered everyone here, so we don't have to look for them ourselves." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The Beast Emperor looked deeply at Qin Feiyang and didn't say anything else. Qin Feiyang always had a plan when he did things. Since he did this, he definitely had his own plans. As the Beast Emperor, he had countless subordinates, so he naturally knew what a subordinate should do and shouldn't do. They just needed to follow orders and didn't need to ask about anything else. Early the next morning, the 7 ancestral dragons left the plains again. Seeing the 7 ancestral dragons leave, the 300 people on the plains hesitated for a moment before walking toward Yi Zhong. "What's wrong?" Yi Zhong opened his eyes and asked suspiciously when he sensed their auras. "Grand Hall Master, is it true that this divine demon forest has a heaven-defying divine artifact and the inheritance of the power of law?" one of them asked. Yi Zhong was stunned and frowned. "Where did you hear this from?" "The beasts of hell said it. We came to the divine demon forest because we heard this, but we didn't expect to meet you and the other ancestral dragons." Someone said. "The beasts of hell?" Yi Zhong was stunned. It was strange, why would the beasts of hell tell humans this? Could it be, suddenly? Yi Zhong seemed to have thought of something as his eyes flashed. Looking at the 300 people, he said, "There might be a heaven-defying divine artifact in the divine demon forest, but it is also very dangerous." "What danger?" Everyone was surprised. "Let me put it this way. Even this old man can't walk out alive," Yi Zhong said. "What?" The group of people turned pale with fright. "So listen to this old man, don't go to the divine demon forest. You guys stay here first, this old man has something to do." After Yi Zhong finished speaking, he rose into the sky and looked around before heading in a random direction. "There really is a heaven-defying divine artifact. Even if it's dangerous, it's worth a try. If you want to go, then go ahead. I won't go in anyway." "That's because Chief Palace Master Yi Zhong said that there might be." "There might be? What does that mean?" "There might be, there might not be. Besides, even Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong can't walk out alive, let alone us. Let's just give up." As soon as Yi Zhong left, the 300 people started talking. A moment later. "So you were still hiding nearby?" Yi Zhong appeared in the air above a mountain peak and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and the others on the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked up at Yi Zhong with a smile. "This disciple also guessed that you would definitely come looking for us." Yi Zhong landed on the mountain peak and looked at Beast Emperor, Man, Wang Ming and Yang Li. "All of you have changed your appearances. It seems that you are also afraid of being exposed." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Of course it's best if we don't expose ourselves." Yi Zhong snorted and asked, "Then which one of them is Venerable Beast?" "I am," Beast Emperor replied. Yi Zhong sized Beast Emperor up and shook his head. "As expected, you still can't escape from his grasp. The Grand Venerable Beast of the Dragon Slayer Palace has actually been reduced to a young man's subordinate." "How sad!" Beast Emperor smiled bitterly. Was he mocking him? But even if he was, he couldn't refute it. Because it was the truth. He had already been reduced to Qin Feiyang's subordinate. Chapter 27:15. Wang Ming looked at Yi Zhong and frowned. Did you come to us just to humiliate venerable beast? As Qin Feiyang had said, they were all family now and had to unite against outsiders. They were bound together for good or ill. Humiliating Beast Emperor was the same as humiliating them. Yi Zhong glanced at Wang Ming, then at Qin Feiyang. Did you ask the blood demons to spread the news that there is a heaven-defying divine artifact and the power of inheritance in the forest of gods and demons? Master is indeed amazing. You guessed it right away. Qin Feiyang smiled. There's nothing amazing about that. To be able to do this in such a short period of time, only the blood demon race in the infernal King Hell has this ability. But I know the blood demons well. They wouldn't do something so senseless. So, there must be someone behind this. Apart from you, who else can get the blood demon race to help? Yi Zhong said. Your analysis is so clear and logical, as if you saw it with your own eyes. I'm really impressed. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't call me master or disciple. You, Qin Feiyang, are such an amazing person. How dare I be your master? Just tell me, what's your purpose? Yi Zhong snorted coldly. I don't have a purpose. I just want to see if I can find those imperishable stage experts in seclusion. Qin Feiyang didn't hide anything. Why are you looking for them? Yi Zhong frowned. To unite everyone and fight the dragons together, of course. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're harming them, do you understand? Yi Zhong shouted. Harming them? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You already know how powerful the dragons are. And these supreme experts in seclusion don't want to be enemies with the dragons. But now you're thinking of ways to make them your cannon fodder. If this isn't harming them, then what is? Yi Zhong said angrily. Cannon fodder? Do you think I'm a dragon? In the eyes of Qin Feiyang, there is no such thing as cannon fodder. There is only mutual respect and mutual support. We'll talk about it later. Do you think they can stay out of this by hiding? The wrath of the dragons will spread to the entire ancient realm sooner or later. At that time, no one will be spared, Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong frowned and said, Aren't you being a bit alarmist? An alarmist? Master, you've been with the dragons for so long. Don't you know what they're like? Do you think they'll watch me in the dragon-slaying palace grow? Even if the ancestor said so. Ancestor has comprehended the laws of space and time. Sooner or later, he will catch up to revered dragon. To Long Zun, this is a great danger. But the ancestor also has a weakness. And this weakness is very fatal. I'm sure you're also aware of the ancestor's weakness. The ancestor is too benevolent, and cares too much about those innocent people. Do you think the dragons will let go of this weakness when they're at their wits' end? Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong fell silent. When that time came, who knew what dehumanizing things Long Zun might do? Because he indeed knew Long Zun's character. Long Zun had long been dissatisfied with humans. If it wasn't for the dragon god, humans would probably have been wiped out by the dragons long ago. So, instead of dying innocents, it's better to unite everyone as soon as possible. That way, even if the dragons ruthlessly kill us, we might not have a chance to fight back. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Beast Emperor and Wang Ming looked at each other. What foresight! This young man was indeed different from the rest. No wonder he had been able to survive until now, despite being hunted down by the dragons. Yi Zhong took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, What about you? Do you care about the creatures in the ancient world? I don't know. I only know that if I have no other choice, I'll kill them all without mercy. Qin Feiyang said. Then what's the difference between you and the dragons? Yi Zhong sneered. Difference? Qin Feiyang murmured, then looked at Yi Zhong with a faint smile. You'll find out one day. Hearing this, Yi Zhong couldn't help feeling puzzled. What did he mean? But next to him, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help frowning when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. This bastard, he was definitely thinking about something he shouldn't be thinking about again. Yi Zhong didn't know, but the white-eyed wolf knew that when the time came, given Qin Feiyang's personality, he would definitely sacrifice himself to revive everyone. Yizhong, to be honest, it's really not worth it to risk your life for the dragons. You have the strength and the brains. And after being together for so long, I know that you care a lot about humans. Since that's the case, why don't you do something meaningful for humans? Beast Emperor advised. It wasn't that he wanted to drag Yizhong down with him because he had been subdued by Qin Feiyang. He wasn't that despicable. It was because he had long wanted to persuade Yizhong. Yizhong's cultivation wasn't any weaker than his, and he had also comprehended the power of laws. If Yizhong could leave the Dragon Clan, whether it was to join the dragon-slaying palace or to submit to Qin Feiyang, it would be of great help to the destruction of the Dragon Clan. It could be said that no one could compare to Yizhong's value. Whether it's worth it or not, I know in my heart. You don't have to worry about it. I only have one request. As Yizhong spoke, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang smiled. I can keep all this a secret, but the condition is that you have to let Yiqing go. Yizhong said. Let Yiqing go? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't expect that Yizhong would make such a condition. After all, Yiqing was willing. Even when he used the slave seal to control him, he was the one who suggested it. Therefore, it was impossible for him to let Yiqing go. This is my only condition. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death. There was a cold light in Yizhong's eyes. Okay. When we get back to Divine Land, I'll personally take Yiqing to you. Qin Feiyang nodded. I hope you can do as you say. With that, Yizhong turned to leave. But suddenly, he stopped and lowered his head and thought for a while, then said without looking back. Lunatic, be careful. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon definitely won't let you off. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and quickly disappeared into the mountains below. Won't let me off? Lunatic was slightly taken aback, then laughed cruelly. I won't let him off. That is indeed a problem. You beat up Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon in Fallen Valley back then. Even if Yizhong keeps his mouth shut about us, it'll be hard for him to get past the Ancestral Dragons. Beast Emperor was worried. Yes. Unless you hand over the heaven-defying divine weapon you obtained from Fallen Valley. Wang Ming nodded. Yang Li looked at Wang Ming and shook his head. Even if you hand over the heaven-defying divine weapon, the Ancestral Dragons probably won't let young Master and Lunatic off so easily. After all, what happened back then was a lifetime of humiliation for them. Then what should we do? Hearing this, Wang Ming frowned and felt that it made sense. How would I know? Yang Li was speechless. In his opinion, this was a dead end that could not be broken. It's actually not difficult. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Not difficult? Beast Emperor and the other two looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Don't forget. We weren't the only ones who beat them up back then. The young man was there too. As long as the young man is willing to step in, I don't think the Ancestral Dragons can do anything. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. We can look for that young man. The three of them slapped their heads. The young man's strength was unfathomable. Back then, when Long Zun personally descended on the Dragon God Hall, he did not do anything to the young man. What did that mean? It meant that the young man had means that even Long Zun was wary of. If he was willing to step in, all their problems would be solved. However, would the young man help them? On the plains. When Yizhong returned to the plains, he was stunned when he saw the people on the plains. There were originally more than 300 people. Now, only half of them were left. Where are the rest? Yizhong looked at the remaining 100 people and frowned. They all entered the Divine Demon Forest. One of the burly men replied. What? Yizhong was stunned and said angrily. Didn't I tell them not to go? When they heard you say that the Divine Demon Forest has a heaven-defying artifact and the inheritance of the law, they couldn't help but run in. No matter how I tried to persuade them, they wouldn't listen. The burly man shook his head. It's not that there is, it's possible. Back then, even I had to rely on Long Zun to come out alive. Now that they ran in, aren't they courting death? They really overestimate themselves. Yi Zhong's face was full of anger. It can't be? Everyone looked at each other. What kind of person was Yi Zhong? The Grand Hall Master of the Dragon God Hall. His cultivation was comparable to the ancestral dragons. Even such a terrifying existence had to rely on Long Zun to come out alive? It seemed that they had made the right choice not to follow those people into the forest. Otherwise, they would have lost their lives. In the evening, the 7 ancestral dragons returned with a group of people. There were about 500 people. In this way, there were a total of 650 people here. When they found out that half of them had barged into the divine demon forest, the 6 ancestral dragons were furious. Old Ji, what's wrong with you? You can't even watch over a few people? The young man in blood-red clothes glared at Yi Zhong angrily. Their legs are on their bodies. What can I do if they want to go in? Yi Zhong snorted and ignored them. He closed his eyes and meditated. This old thing. A cold light flashed in the young man's eyes. He looked at the woman in white and transmitted a message. Yi Zhong is unreliable. If we go out again, we need to leave someone here to keep an eye on him. Don't let this happen again. The woman in white and the other 5 nodded. They were also very angry. It took them a lot of effort to find these people. They were cannon fodder to deal with Li Bu'er and Qin Feiyang. Now that they had left, wouldn't it mean that they had wasted a day? Other than Lord Long Zun, there was no one else who could make Yi Zhong bow his head and obey orders. Lord Ancestral Dragon, can we enter the divine demon forest? Suddenly, those who had just arrived did not know what was going on and could not help but ask. No. If anyone dares to enter the divine demon forest without permission, don't blame me for being merciless. The ancestral dragons were furious. When they heard this, they became even angrier. They stared at the group of people with bone-piercing killing intent in their eyes. The group of people shrunk their necks and immediately became obedient. Chapter 27:16. Day after day, year after year. The ancestral dragons would go out almost every day. Not only that, but they would also let the people on the plains go out to look for people. Of course, these people were the ones they could trust. They were the minions of the dragon clan. After all, there were many people in Divine Land who had been trying to curry favor with the dragons. There was strength in numbers. There were more and more people on the plains day by day. 10 years later, there were already 50 to 60,000 people on the plains. 50 years later, the number of people had reached more than 300,000. Time flew by. More than 100 years had passed. At this moment, the plains and the tens of thousands of miles outside the plains were already crowded with people. This is a bit beyond our expectations. On a certain mountain ridge, Qin Feiyang and the others stood at a commanding height. Looking at the sea of people in front of them, there was a trace of shock on their faces. They originally thought that there would be at most a few 100,000 people alive, but now there were as many as 1 million people here. And there was still a steady stream of people coming to this place. As for the cultivation of these 1 million people, most of them were in the 9 heavens realm. This was a force that could not be ignored. Young master, if these people can all be taken under our command, then in time, they will definitely become a main force to destroy the dragons. The Beast Sovereign said excitedly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. We can't just look for those hidden powerhouses, the others are also very important. So, I suggest that we subdue all of them, the Beast Sovereign said. Subdue all of them? Qin Feiyang was stunned. There were 1 million people, how could he have so many resources to provide? Although there were many spirit veins and crystal veins in the Black Tortoise realm, these spirit veins and crystal veins had been distributed to the creatures in the Black Tortoise realm. And the spirit veins and crystal veins in the Devil's Land could not be given away casually. This was a problem. And it was a big problem. The Beast Sovereign shook his head and said, There is no need to consider resources. No need to consider? If there are no resources, how can we train them? If we don't train them, Then they won't be of much use. Qin Feiyang frowned. The Beast Emperor smiled and said, Young lord, have you forgotten that there are still the west, east, and south of the divine land? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although you've plundered a lot of resources in the north, there's still the west, east, and south. These three places also have large amounts of resources. With the resources of these three places, how could they not be able to feed these people? The Beast Emperor said. You old bastard, you are indeed a heartless fellow. But I like it. The white-eyed wolf laughed heartily, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said, Little Qin Zi, weren't you planning to loot the Dragon God Palace? The resources of the Dragon God Palace in the north are enough to nurture these people. This? Qin Feiyang hesitated. Wang Ming looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young lord, we have the right time, the right place, and the right people. There's no need to hesitate. The madman glanced at Qin Feiyang, then at the Beast Emperor and Wang Ming. He shook his head and said, You don't understand. Huh? The three of them looked at the madman suspiciously. This kid is most afraid of trouble. He doesn't want to provoke a few or dozens of people, let alone 1,000,000 people. The madman said. I see. The three of them were enlightened. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, It's indeed troublesome. Forget it. It'll be a pity if we don't. The fact that these people were able to come to the forest of gods and demons alive shows that they are quite strong. Wang Ming shook his head. How about this? Young lord, you just need to subdue them. We'll take care of the management. Yan Li said. You'll take care of it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Wang Ming and I are the divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace. We can do that. Yan Li smiled. A rare look of confidence appeared on Wang Ming's face. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, But I have other plans for you. What plans? The two of them were suspicious. You'll continue to stay in the Dragon Slayer Palace. On the surface, you'll still be the subordinates of Venerable Cloud and the Beast Emperor, but in fact, you'll be secretly assisting my two ancestors. Qin Feiyang said. Assisting them? The two of them were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads and smiled. That's not necessary at all. That's right. Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang are very capable people. Also, they have 4 divine emperors under them. Wang Ming and Yan Li don't have to stay in the Dragon Slayer Palace at all. The Beast Emperor nodded. In that case, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, I'll listen to you. But let me say this first. I'm only in charge of subduing them and providing them with resources. You'll be in charge of everything else. Just thinking about 1,000,000 people made his hair stand on end, let alone managing them. Don't worry. Leave it to us. Wang Ming patted his chest and said with a smile, There's one more important thing. You're the strongest fighting force around me, so you can't neglect your cultivation. I hope to see you break through to the great success stage, or even the consummate indestructible stage. Qin Feiyang said. The consummate indestructible stage? The two of them looked at each other. To be honest, although they were at the initial indestructible stage, they had never thought about the consummate indestructible stage. Because it was too difficult. There was almost no hope. The maximum they could reach was the great success stage of the indestructible stage. That was the level of the Beast Emperor, Yizhong, and the various ancestral dragons. This might be their final destination. One must be confident. Especially now that you're following me, you must be even more confident. Qin Feiyang said. All right. We'll work hard. The two of them nodded, but they didn't sound confident at all. Qin Feiyang looked at them and didn't say anything else. Confidence was something that some people were born with, some were nurtured, and some were stimulated. For Wang Ming and Crazy, what they needed was the last method, stimulation. But to stimulate it, they needed an opportunity. Right now, he hadn't found this opportunity. So no matter what he said, the two of them would only agree verbally and wouldn't have any effect on themselves. Hey, do something serious. See who exactly is the hidden supreme expert among those people? Crazy glanced at them and said. Beast Emperor and Wang Ming looked up at the dense sea of people and shook their heads. There's too many, it's hard to tell. But we still have to look, Crazy said. Yes, yes, yes. Beast Emperor nodded. After pondering for a while, he looked at Wang Ming and Crazy and said, You basically know all the hidden supreme experts. Why don't we split up and look? Okay. The two of them nodded. Then be careful, Qin Feiyang reminded them. The three of them nodded and hid their auras, disappearing into the mountains below. Night fell. The ancestral dragons returned. Beside the boulder, the young man in blood-red clothes frowned. It's been more than 100 years. Why aren't Li Bu'er and Qin Feiyang here yet? Could they have changed their appearances and hid in the crowd? Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon asked. I don't think so. I've checked these people with the Heavenly Eye Stone. None of them have changed their appearances. And I don't see Beast Emperor either. Did something happen to him? The ancestral dragons frowned, looking a little frustrated. Suddenly, they looked at Yizhong, who had been silent all this while. Old man Yi, let's not talk about Qin Feiyang and Beast Emperor. Let's talk about your disciple first. If he and Crazy aren't dead, where could they have gone? Silver Dragon Ancestral Dragon asked. I don't know. Yizhong shook his head. The young master in blood-red clothes said unhappily. Aren't you Li Bu'er's master? Why don't you know? Do I have to know everything just because I'm his master? What kind of logic is this? According to your logic, since you're the ancestral dragon of dragons, shouldn't you know the whereabouts of all the dragons? Yizhong was a little annoyed. This was a completely unreasonable statement. Hearing this, the young man in blood-red clothes looked a little embarrassed. He looked at the woman in white clothes and changed the topic. I don't know about Li Bu'er and Crazy, but I think Qin Feiyang might still be in the ancient city of Qingyu. I think so too. There's a time array in the ancient city of Qingyu. They should be taking this opportunity to raise their cultivation to the perfected Nine Heavens realm. Silver Dragon Ancestral Dragon nodded. Who cares about him? We'll continue to look for him tomorrow. Because he can't stay in the ancient city of Qingyu forever. He'll come to the forest of gods and devils sooner or later. By then, it'll be his doomsday. The young man in blood-red clothes sneered. Another half a month passed. Whoosh! Beast Emperor and Wang Ming finally returned. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Beast Emperor shook his head and said, We didn't see a single one. What? Qin Feiyang couldn't help frowning. How could there not be a single one? One had to know. Before entering the Hell of the Nether King, he had discovered that there were hidden supreme powerhouses hiding in the crowd. Could it be that they had all died in the Hell of the Nether King? But how could this be possible? Which supreme powerhouse didn't have a few life-saving means? As long as one didn't provoke the blood demon race, it wouldn't be a problem to survive. If there was anyone who overestimated themselves and provoked the blood demon race, they could only apologize. Even if one was a supreme powerhouse, they would still have to die. But there wasn't a single one. This was indeed strange. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Crazy couldn't help frowning as well. What are you doing? White-eyed Wolf looked at Crazy. Nonsense, of course I'm thinking about the reason behind this. Crazy rolled his eyes. Fool. With little Qin Zi, just use your brain. What are you thinking about? You're hurting my brain cells. White-eyed Wolf looked down on him. Crazy was stunned. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. That makes sense. On the side, Beast Emperor and Wang Ming were speechless as they looked at Crazy and White-eyed Wolf. If thinking about a problem could hurt his brain cells, did that mean that moving his hands would also hurt his blood cells? Why was this wolf cub so outrageous? More importantly, someone like Crazy was actually joining in the fun. Looking at the situation, it wouldn't be long before Crazy was completely led astray by White-eyed Wolf. A moment later, Qin Feiyang frowned and looked up at everyone. He shook his head and sighed. I neglected a problem. What problem? Everyone was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Chapter 27:17. These reclusive omnipotent masters did not want to offend the dragons, so they have been hiding from the world. It's the same for now. Seeing the ancestral dragons gather humans on such a large scale, they will definitely think that there is a conspiracy. Given their character, they will not show themselves easily, Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the Beast Emperor nodded immediately. That makes sense. Even if they have come to the forest of gods and demons, they will hide far away. Wang Ming looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Shall we search far away?" "No need. If these people are bent on hiding, it will be very difficult to find them. Don't waste time." Qin Feiyang waved his hands. "Are we just going to let it go?" Wang Ming asked. "Of course not. Their target is the forest of gods and demons. Even if we can't meet here, we will meet them in the forest of gods and demons sooner or later. At the very least, they have to leave the hell of Hades. To leave hell, they have to go to the square of gods and demons. At that time..." At this point, Qin Feiyang looked at the Beast Emperor and said, "Go to the square of gods and demons and keep an eye on them. It will be best if you can persuade them to surrender, but if not, don't offend them. Wait for me to come out and deal with them." "Understood." The Beast Emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the plains and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Let's move then." Whoosh! Immediately, the group did not hide anymore. They soared into the sky and flew toward the plains. Apart from Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, everyone had changed their appearances. Therefore, even if everyone saw them, they would not recognize Lunatic and the Beast Emperor. The light of the evil moon illuminated the mountains and rivers. Although there were millions of people here, the plains were extremely quiet. Everyone closed their eyes and rested. Even if they chatted, they whispered or secretly transmitted their voices. This aura. Suddenly, at the edge of the sea of people, an elder at the perfected ninth heaven's realm trembled and looked up at the void in the distance. Immediately, he saw 5 people and 1 wolf streaking across the night sky like lightning, heading toward the plains. "It's him! Qin Feiyang!" The old man's eyes trembled as he roared. "Qin Feiyang?" This roar immediately broke the silence. Everyone opened their eyes and looked over in surprise. It really was him. Beside the huge rock. The various ancestral dragons opened their eyes abruptly and looked up. When they saw Qin Feiyang, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Immediately after, the 7 ancestral dragons stood up, and a bone-piercing cold current spread out. In an instant, it was as if the plains had entered the dead of winter. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Sigh! Yi Zhong also slowly opened his eyes. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and the others and sighed in his heart. Being so brazen and unscrupulous meant that Qin Feiyang didn't put these million people in his eyes at all. He looked at the backs of the 7 ancestral dragons, and could not help but shake his head and sigh. How long are these ancestral dragons going to act smart for? They didn't realize. The current Qin Feiyang was no longer the Qin Feiyang who had just entered the Divine Land. If this continued, he would get himself killed. Everyone listen up, whoever can kill Qin Feiyang, I will bring him to the Divine Dragon Island. Divine Dragon Island has limitless resources and even time arrays. Moreover, I will give him a heaven-defying divine art. The blood-red robed youth suddenly roared. What? Enter the Divine Dragon Island? There is a heaven-defying divine art? The million people here were in an uproar. Whether it was resources, time arrays, or heaven-defying divine art, they were all irresistible temptations for them. Because these things, for example, heaven-defying divine art, even the giants of the Divine Land did not have it. But kill Qin Feiyang? They didn't have the guts. What are you afraid of? Although he has heaven-defying divine artifact and divine art, he is now in hell. He can't use these divine arts and divine artifacts. Moreover, look at his cultivation, he is only at the greater 9th heaven realm. Many of you have a higher cultivation than him. The blood-red robed youth roared. But he was extremely shocked. He had broken through to the greater ninth heaven realm. This speed was too terrifying. No! He must be killed here. That's right! He is indeed at the greater ninth heaven realm. Lord Ancestral Dragon is right. In hell, we can't use heaven-defying divine arts and divine artifacts. We don't have to be afraid of him. Everyone became restless. And the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts of our dragons are all with him. Moreover, he has a heaven-defying divine artifact himself. He even has an independent world. As long as you kill him, we dragons don't want any of these things. They are all yours. The blood-red-robed youth increased the price again. Boom! Immediately. Some of them could no longer hold back the greed in their hearts. Their aura suddenly erupted and they rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others with murderous intent. When one of them moved, there would definitely be others who would follow suit. Not to mention that there were tens of thousands of them. With so many people rushing toward Qin Feiyang, the others naturally had the courage to do so. One by one, they rushed towards Qin Feiyang in a rush. Because other than Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons, no one else knew about Qin Feiyang's means. Therefore, in their opinion, Qin Feiyang, who was in hell and couldn't use any heaven-defying divine artifacts, was like a fish on the chopping board, unable to withstand a single blow. Greed and lust had clouded their rationality. When they were a little more clear-headed, they would think that if there was such a good thing, would the ancestral dragons give this opportunity to them? They would have done it themselves. Interesting. In the distance, on a mountain peak, a middle-aged man in a long golden robe stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at the plains from afar. He was about 1.9 meters tall, and his long golden hair was as dazzling as gold leaf. He was about 30 years old and had an extraordinary temperament. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were pursed with a trace of playfulness. In his arms there was a woman nestled in his arms. This woman was also in her 30s. Her clothes were very revealing, and her enchanting figure exuded a mature charm. Although she was a little old, she looked very attractive, and there were no wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Her skin was as soft as water. Her smile was very charming. The woman was also looking at the battlefield. When she heard the middle-aged man's words, she nodded and smiled charmingly. It's indeed interesting. On the other side, there was a burly man, who was more than 2 meters tall, with thick black short hair. He wore a pair of large black pants, revealing his 8-pack abs, which were full of explosive power. Ordinary people who stood in front of him couldn't help but feel afraid. The burly man was also looking at the battlefield at this time, and there was a trace of mockery on his cold face. It seemed that he was mocking the millions of people. At the same time, there was also an old man hiding at the top of a huge mountain, watching the battlefield. The old man's attire was very low-key. His clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and he wore a pair of old straw sandals on his feet. His entire person was sallow and emaciated, as if he was malnourished. However, his dark eyes shone with a bright light. "So you're hiding here?" Suddenly, a very hoarse voice sounded behind the old man. When the old man heard the voice, he raised his eyebrows, but he didn't turn his head to look. He said in disgust, "What an annoying old witch! Aren't you an annoying old man as well?" The hoarse voice sounded again. An old woman in a green robe walked out of a small forest at the back of the mountain. The old woman was also very old and emaciated. She was holding a green snake-shaped walking stick in her hand. The old woman staggered as if she would fall if the wind blew. She walked to the side of the old man and looked at the battlefield. "I didn't expect an old witch like you to be interested in such a small scene," the old man said. "Small scene? 7 ancestral dragons, Yi Zhong, Qin Feiyang. There are more than 1,000,000 people. If this is a small scene, then tell me, what is a big scene?" the old woman said. "Humph!" the old man snorted. "In order to deal with Qin Feiyang, they actually mobilized so many people. The ancestral dragons are really interesting." The old woman shook her head. "I think the ancestral dragons are at their wits' end. But it's really unexpected. The dignified ancestral dragons were actually forced to such a state by a kid. It's quite sad. Suddenly, another voice sounded behind them. However, this voice was very strange. It actually had a childish tone, as if it was a child. However, when they heard this voice, the old woman and the old man couldn't help but frown, and there seemed to be some fear in their expressions. The two of them turned their heads and saw a child walking behind them. This child looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. His height was estimated to be about half a meter. He wore a big red tutu and a small bell hung around his neck. As he walked, it made a tinkling sound. At first glance, this child looked like an auspicious doll. He was chubby, pink, harmless, innocent, and cute. However, the fear in the eyes of the old woman and the old man was enough to show that this was not an ordinary child. Are you following us? The old woman raised her eyebrows. Following you? Don't joke around. I just happened to pass by and came to watch the show. There was a trace of disdain in the child's eyes. Passing by? Even ghosts wouldn't believe you if you said that. The old man said. Believe it or not. The child said indifferently and raised his head to look at the plains. There seemed to be a trace of blood in his eyes. As for the existence of these mysterious people, neither Qin Feiyang's group nor the people on the plains noticed. On the plains, murderous intent filled the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Feiyang. As for the white-eyed wolf, man, and beast emperor, they were directly ignored. Young master, this is going to be a fight. Wang Ming looked at those people who seemed to have gone crazy and shook his head. There's a good saying, kill one to warn the rest. As long as we kill a few, the others will naturally behave. Qin Feiyang stopped in the air and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly with a hint of a smile. However, Beast Emperor and Wang Ning both felt a chill. Chapter 27:18. Everyone instinctively retreated to the side. Because they knew that with Qin Feiyang's strength, it was enough to deal with all of this. Moreover, Man, Beast Emperor, Wang Ming and Yang Li couldn't casually make a move. After all, once they made a move, their identities might be exposed. As for the white-eyed wolf, perhaps because it had been cultivating in seclusion, it had developed a lazy habit. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it wouldn't make a move. Qin Feiyang, be obedient and don't move, we'll give you a quick death. If you dare to resist, then you will die miserably. The group of people at the front stared at Qin Feiyang and laughed sinisterly. Without exception. They were all at the great perfection 9th heaven's realm. Die miserably, Qin Feiyang murmured. Was he a little sheep on the chopping board? Boom! His aura suddenly erupted. Courting death! The group of people was furious. They had already said it so clearly, yet he still dared to release his aura. Was he looking down on them? One of the burly men took the lead to rush in front of Qin Feiyang, his divine power surging out as he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. He was at the great perfection 9th heaven's realm. Therefore, he had full confidence in this punch. Even if it was at the great perfection 9th heaven's realm, it would be able to kill him in seconds, let alone Qin Feiyang who was at the great perfection 9th heaven's realm. Without a heaven-defying divine artifact, without a heaven-defying divine art, Qin Feiyang was just an ordinary person. You are the ones courting death! Qin Feiyang smiled coldly as he suddenly raised his arm and grabbed the burly man's wrist. The burly man was about to laugh at Qin Feiyang for overestimating himself, but he realized that the power coming from Qin Feiyang's hand was stronger than his. What was going on? Wasn't he at the great perfection 9th heaven's realm? Who gave you the courage to attack me, Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and with a crisp crack, the burly man's arm shattered on the spot. Blood dyed the sky red. Ah! The big man screamed in pain. However, there was no fear in his eyes, only resentment and greed. Kill! The others also finally arrived, their battle cries shaking the heavens. You're courting death! Qin Feiyang harumphed coldly. His godly power gushed out like a tidal wave. The 4 styles of the fire phoenix appeared. Rumble! A tremendous godly aura roared in all directions. Ah! Miserable cries rang out as dozens of people lost their lives. That's a supreme-grade divine art! The people behind him were shocked. What are you afraid of? As long as it's not a heaven-defying technique, he's just a clown! Another person sneered. That's right. We also have deity arts. Why should we be afraid of him? Everyone activate your divine arts. Kill! Immediately. Tens of thousands of deity arts appeared out of nowhere. There were perfect-grade deity arts, pinnacle-grade deity arts, and a few legendary-grade deity arts. However, he didn't see any supreme-grade divine arts. After all, these people were the real ordinary people. To them, a supreme-grade deity technique was an extravagant hope that was out of their reach. If you don't even have a supreme-grade deity art, how dare you call me a clown? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. The 4 styles of the fire phoenix crushed all the way. Puff! People kept spurting out blood. This was the backlash caused by the destruction of their deity arts. After a while. Boom! Finally, the 4 styles of the fire phoenix was blocked by several legendary-grade deity arts. After all, the people who attacked now were all at the peak 9th heaven realm. Their cultivation was 2 small realms higher than Qin Feiyang's. Although the fire phoenix art was a supreme-grade deity art, it was only 1 level higher than a legendary-grade deity art. In other words, Qin Feiyang's overall strength was 1 level lower than those who had legendary-grade deity arts. Look! Even if he has a supreme-grade deity art, so what? As long as we work together, killing him won't be a problem at all. Seeing that the fire phoenix art was blocked, everyone was excited. Sigh! Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ignorance was too scary. Thinking back, even if he was at the 9th heaven realm, he could kill all the creatures below the imperishable realm, let alone now. Kill! Snatch his heaven-defying deity artifact! And that independent world! If we can get that independent world, then we'll be the god of creation. Haha, Qin Feiyang's cultivation is so fast. Maybe it's because of that independent world. Kill him quickly! Countless people rushed over. Their murderous aura soared into the sky. Qin Feiyang glanced over. Murderous intent also appeared in his eyes. Boom! With the emergence of a terrifying aura, Qin Feiyang's cultivation instantly soared to the peak 9th heaven realm. This was naturally the rising dragon art. Now, not only could this rising dragon art be activated twice a day, but it could also last for 2 hours each time. For him, the rising dragon art was already a trump card. And as Qin Feiyang's cultivation increased, the power of the 4 styles of the fire phoenix that was blocked also suddenly skyrocketed. Boom! The scene of destruction appeared again. What's going on? Why did his cultivation increase to the peak 9th heaven realm? Everyone was happy. They were even thinking about how to fight for Qin Feiyang's treasures after he died. And the appearance of this scene immediately caused them to fall into a state of shock. How dare you say that I, Qin Feiyang, am a clown? Qin Feiyang said coldly. The 4 styles of the fire phoenix attacked the crowd in front of him. Ah! Screams immediately resounded, and hundreds of people's blood splattered in the sky. This? Everyone was shocked. The cultivation of the peak 9th heaven realm, coupled with the sovereign-level fire phoenix art, it seemed that none of them was a match for this person. Who has a sovereign-level divine art? Someone shouted. I have it. I have it too. There's more. Qin Feiyang, your end is here. Hundreds of people rushed out of the crowd. They were all young men and women with extraordinary temperaments. There were more than 1 million people, and it was not strange that 100 people had a sovereign-level divine art. Moreover, this also showed how rare a sovereign-level divine art was in the divine prefecture. Because this was equivalent to 1 in 10,000. Only 1 in 10,000 people could have a sovereign-level divine art. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one and said indifferently, Looking at your appearance, you shouldn't be ordinary people. I'm from the 10th island of the Southern Dragon God Palace. I'm from the Eastern Dragon God Palace Island. Almost all of these people were from the Dragon God Palace. Only a few dozen people were from the Divine Prefecture's rich and powerful families. There were many rich and powerful families in the Divine Prefecture, and their foundations were extremely deep. Some of the big families' foundations were even more terrifying than the City Lord's palace. And a big family like this naturally had the ability and financial resources to obtain 1 or 2 sovereign-level divine arts. Qin Feiyang, I'll kindly advise you to stop resisting. Look at the millions of people here. Even if your means are heaven-defying, you're no match for us. Unless you activate a heaven-defying divine art and a heaven-defying divine artifact. However, you know the rules of hell. The consequences of using a heaven-defying divine artifact will be even more miserable. More than 100 people stared at Qin Feiyang and sneered. In other words, in your eyes, I, Qin Feiyang, have been relying on a heaven-defying divine artifact all these years? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Isn't that so? Without a heaven-defying divine artifact, what are you? I can kill you in seconds by myself. A young man in purple stepped out with an overwhelming aura. He then raised his arm and went straight for Qin Feiyang's head. So in your eyes, I, Qin Feiyang, am so unbearable? Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. Don't act all high and mighty like that. Now I'll show you what a real genius is. The young man in purple snorted. That's right. If we also have a heaven-defying divine artifact, Qin Feiyang won't be able to show off all the time. A young man in black behind also said with disdain. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in black and then looked at the young man in purple. He said lightly, Fine, then let me see a real genius. After saying that, he raised his hand and punched at the young man in purple. The young man in purple's eyes flashed coldly. The big hand that was reaching for Qin Feiyang's head suddenly sank and punched at Qin Feiyang's fist. Boom! The two fists collided. Crack! The young man in purple's arm was immediately torn open. His whole body was also sent flying. Is this the strength of a genius? Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in purple in astonishment. The young man in purple didn't become angry out of humiliation. Instead, he had a superior attitude and praised. You are indeed as strong as the rumors say. Thank you for your praise. But don't talk nonsense. Let me see the strength of a genius like you. Qin Feiyang's face was full of impatience. Since you are eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The young man in purple smiled proudly. As divine power surged, a huge monster suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a giant golden beast with dense fangs and looked extremely ferocious. Kill him! The young man in purple roared. Roar! The giant golden beast suddenly roared and pounced at Qin Feiyang with bared fangs and brandished claws. This is your supreme-level divine art? Qin Feiyang asked. That's right, the young man in purple said proudly. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. He raised his arm and gently pointed at the void with his fingertip. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying invisible force emerged like a volcanic eruption. Void returning art. Another supreme-level divine art? The young man in black and the others behind were shocked. Boom! The invisible force pounced on the giant golden beast. A loud explosion suddenly sounded. In the next moment, the two supreme-level divine arts shattered at the same time. Puff! The young man in purple spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, relied on his powerful physical body to forcibly block the backlash from the shattering of the divine art. Even his body didn't sway at all. The strength of a genius! It's not that great! Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in purple and shook his head with a smile. Don't be arrogant! The young man in purple flew into a rage out of humiliation. Am I being arrogant? It seems that the one who has been arrogant is you! After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the Void Returning Art and the Fire Phoenix Four styles appeared at the same time. With monstrous power, they charged at the young man in purple. Battle Soul, open! The young man in purple roared. A sword-shaped battle soul immediately appeared. It looked like it was made of gold and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, he activated the supreme-level divine art again. Kill! Following his roar, the giant golden beast formed by the supreme-level divine art and the sword-shaped battle soul madly charged at the invisible force formed by the fire phoenix force styles and the void-returning art. Boom! However, with an earth-shattering explosion, the giant golden beast and the sword-shaped battle soul were shattered on the spot. Puff! The young man in purple spat out blood. His entire body was like a rubber ball as he flew out and fell in the void. Carry him away. Next. Qin Feiyang smirked and glanced at the young man in black and the others. Chapter 27:19. He was defeated just like that. The young man in black and the others were stunned. They thought that Qin Feiyang, who didn't have any godly spells or godly weapons, was nothing. However, he didn't expect that the result would also be a scene of utter destruction. It seemed that they had underestimated him. I'll do it! Looking at Qin Feiyang's provocative eyes, the young man in black took a step forward with a strong aura. Boom! He didn't waste any time and immediately used a supreme spell. Clang! There were 9 black swords. Although they were condensed from divine power, each sword looked like it was made of divine iron, and their sharpness could tear the sky and the earth apart. 9 palace sword array! Every single one of these swords is comparable to an autarch-level divine artifact. Die! The young man in black sneered, and the 9 black swords instantly formed a sword array and charged toward Qin Feiyang. 9 palace sword array? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It looked good, but unfortunately it was not on the same level as Wang Ming's God-slaying sword array and Sky Destroyer sword array. 9 swords, is it? I'm sorry, but I have a total of 90 sword images. Every single sword image is comparable to an utmost exalt-level deity technique. As Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the Guiyuan sword art was activated, and 90 sword shadows appeared. This, the young man in black's pupils shrank. The power of these 90 sword shadows was indeed comparable to a supreme weapon. I can crush you in terms of numbers. What else do you have to fight me? Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. Without any fancy sword array, he directly slashed at the 9 palace killing array. Boom! In just a moment, the so-called 9 palace killing array was crushed to pieces by the 90 sword shadows. Carry him away. Next. Qin Feiyang also spoke. He was incomparably indifferent, as if he had done a very simple thing. 3 supreme-grade divine arts! The young man in purple who had been seriously injured earlier had recovered. Looking at the 90 sword shadows floating above Qin Feiyang's head, he was in disbelief. He alone actually possessed 3 supreme-grade deity arts. Since when had this supreme-grade deity art become so worthless? Hurry up! Don't waste my time. Why don't you all come at me together? Qin Feiyang glanced at the 100 people and said indifferently. Arrogant! How arrogant! He actually asked them to come at him together. Everyone was shocked. How much courage did it take for her to say such words? After all, these hundreds of people were all top geniuses of the divine prefecture. They were invincible among the younger generation. But even so, Qin Feiyang still had a contemptuous attitude. Who could be a match for such courage? Boom! Qin Feiyang's words had undoubtedly infuriated the violet-clothed young man and the others. Fine. We'll grant you your wish. Everyone, let's kill him! The young man in purple. Roar! Clang clang! For a moment, divine arts appeared one after another, and all of them were supreme-grade divine arts. The void space and mountains. Just the aura released caused a doomsday-like scene. Go to hell! The young man in purple roared. The black-clothed youth was also brimming with killing intent. The 9 palaces sword formation carried a world-destroying sharpness as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Boring. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Whoosh! Suddenly, more than 100 incarnations appeared behind him. As soon as these incarnations appeared, they all activated the Guiyuan sword technique. Immediately, there were more than 10,000 flaming sword shadows in the sky. Clang! 10,000 flaming sword shadows rushed toward them. There was no suspense. It was an irresistible situation. The young man in purple and the others' weapons were constantly destroyed. They were also sent flying one after another. In just a few breaths, they were all lying in the void. Their faces were pale and blood was gushing out. At this moment, the arrogance, disdain, and contempt from before were all gone. What was left was fear, awe, and panic. Especially when they saw the 100 incarnations behind Qin Feiyang. They were extremely shocked. What the hell were these? Each of them was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's original body. Are you really geniuses? Qin Feiyang looked at the embarrassed group of people suspiciously. Hearing this, the young man in purple and the others could not help but lower their heads in shame. You so-called geniuses are indeed not bad. You are almost invincible in the same realm. But unfortunately you met me. In front of me, no matter how talented you are, you will become a fool. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why are you so arrogant? Isn't it because you are lucky to find a few more supreme-level divine techniques? The young man in purple could not help but stare at Qin Feiyang angrily. You are wrong. He is not lucky. It is because he has a good backer. That's right. With Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang as his backers, what can he not have? The group of people mocked and ridiculed. You don't think that these supreme-level divine techniques were given to me by the two ancestors, do you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Isn't it? Don't tell us that you created them yourself. You have this ability. The young man in purple sneered. I originally said that you were fools, but now I feel that I am insulting the word fools. Qin Feiyang chuckled. They were really a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. What do you mean? The group of people frowned. Qin Feiyang said, You still don't understand? You are even worse than fools. Bastard. The group of people flew into a rage and took out their trump cards again, madly attacking Qin Feiyang. Not only are you fools, but you also don't know your own limits? It seems that I have really misunderstood the word genius in the past. If you are considered a genius, then mankind is really finished. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Speaking of geniuses, the lunatic behind him was the real genius. Boom! The more than 100 clones attacked, and with absolute combat power, the group of people was blasted to the ground in the void. You think you are infallible and can defeat me, but little do you know that you are not even qualified to be my opponent. And I, whether it was in the past or now, have never regarded you as my opponent. Because I, Qin Feiyang's opponent, is them. Qin Feiyang pointed at the ancestral dragons. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed. The 7 ancestral dragons' eyes darkened. Even if these humans had the supreme-level divine secret art, they were still not Qin Feiyang's opponent. When the young man in purple and the others heard this, they could not help but be shocked. It turned out that, in Qin Feiyang's eyes, they were not even qualified to be his opponent. Although Qin Feiyang was a young man like them, whether it was in terms of means or state of mind, Qin Feiyang had far surpassed them. Recalling their previous attitude, even they felt that it was ridiculous. Among the younger generation, there is no one who can stop Qin Feiyang. On the mountain peak in the distance, the old man in straw sandals shook his head and sighed. Yes. His target has long been the older generation. I'm afraid it won't be long before even us of the older generation will pale in front of him. The old woman in green nodded. This is the state of mind. Qin Feiyang's state of mind has far surpassed his peers. His vision is not on the same level as the other young people. What he sees and thinks is naturally not something the other young people can compare to. I like this kid. The child standing next to them smiled. The old man in straw sandals and the old woman in green turned to look at the child. In the sky above the plain. Don't you hate humans? Why are you still hiding behind us humans? Is this how the ancestral dragons behave? Qin Feiyang looked at the ancestral dragons, his eyes full of mockery. The young man in red clenched his fists and shouted, What are you waiting for? There are 1,000,000 of us. Even if everyone spits, we can drown him. That's right. Activate your divine arts and kill him together. It will definitely be a one-hit kill. The ancestral dragon, Silver Dragon, shouted. Yes. Follow us and kill. The young man in purple roared. Boom! The supreme divine art was activated, and the golden beast roared out. If we don't kill him today, he will kill us. Everyone, it's time for us to work together. Follow us and kill him. The young man in black roared. Kill. The words of the two instantly ignited everyone's killing intent. Boom! More than 1,000,000 people attacked at this moment. Countless divine arts, divine weapons, fighting souls, they were like ants, densely packed and filled the entire world. The terrifying aura destroyed all directions. Working together to kill me? Qin Feiyang murmured as he looked at these people, his eyes full of disappointment. If these people were willing to show the courage and unity to fight against the dragons, no! There was no need for all of them. If only half of this courage and unity were needed, the humans would not be suppressed by the dragons to this extent. This was the classic example of a bully in one's nest. In front of the dragons, they lowered their heads like ants, but in front of him, who was also a human, they wanted to kill him. These people. What was the use of having them? Boom! The actions of these people had undoubtedly aroused Qin Feiyang's murderous intent. Originally, he wanted to listen to the Beast Emperor's suggestion to take these people under his command and train them as the main force to fight against the dragons in the future. But now, it seemed that these people were definitely not worth his time to train. Training them was a complete waste of resources, time, and energy. These people, there should only be one outcome. Death. Swoosh! 3,000 clones were activated. 3,000 clones appeared behind him. Qin Feiyang shouted. I want everyone here to die. Understood. The 3,000 clones nodded, and the dragon's souls roared out in unison. All of them to die. The Beast Emperor's gaze trembled. Didn't he say that he wouldn't kill them? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Frenzy secretly snorted. If it was me, I would also kill them all. Why? The Beast Emperor frowned. Look at them. Why didn't they unite when facing the dragons? They only know how to be a bully in one's nest. For people like them, living is a waste of air. Frenzy said with a face full of disgust. The Beast Emperor couldn't find a reason to refute these words. Because as the Emperor of the Dragon Slayer Palace, he had long seen through this point. Perhaps, the initial suggestion was a mistake. These people were not worth training. Chapter 27:20. Kill them all! Hearing Qin Feiyang's murderous words, not only the Beast Emperor, but also Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons trembled. There were 1,000,000 people, and all of them were killed? Was he crazy? At the same time, the old man with straw sandals, the old woman in green, the little child, the burly man, the middle-aged man in gold, the enchanting woman, their faces also turned pale with fright. Kill 1,000,000 people? Even they didn't dare to think about it. What kind of young man was Qin Feiyang? Where did he find the confidence to say such big words? In their eyes, it was simply a fantasy. With the strength of one person, he was able to fight against 1,000,000 people. And most of them were in the 9 heavens realm. Half of them were in the peak 9 heavens realm. Every peak 9 heavens realm had mastered at least the perfect level of deity technique. The young man in purple and his group even had supreme-level deity techniques. Such a huge force, other than the strongest of the undead realm, who had the ability to fight against it. Not to mention killing them all. At the same time, the 1,000,000 people in the sky above the plain were stunned when they heard Qin Feiyang's words. But then, their faces were full of cold smiles. He wanted to kill all of them by himself? He must be dreaming. There should be a limit to his arrogance. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? He said he wants to kill us all, haha, ridiculous. You want to fight against millions of us with just the strength of one person? You must be dreaming. No. This is stupidity, complacency, arrogance, and overestimation of one's own capabilities. Everyone, let's show him how small he is in the face of the power of unity. The young man in purple and his group laughed. The power of unity. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in purple and his group. So you know that the power of unity is very strong. But why didn't you unite when facing the dragons? Let me ask you, what did Qin Feiyang do all of this for? Isn't it to destroy the dragons and take back the dignity that humans lost in front of the dragons? But now, you are helping the dragons to kill me, Qin Feiyang. Excuse me, are you still humans? Are you worthy of the souls who fought against the dragons and died in battle? Qin Feiyang roared. His words, sonorous, powerful, and resonant. Hearing these words, the Beast Emperor and the old man in straw sandals and his group fell silent. Even Yizhong lowered his head with a trace of sorrow on his face. Don't be fooled by him. It's because he's scared that he's using this trick to trick you. As long as you kill him, all the divine artifacts on him will be yours. Divine artifacts. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to find another one. And I believe you should be clear about Qin Feiyang's character and style of doing things. He is a vengeful person. Today, you guys are his opponents. Once we leave the hell of the underworld, he will definitely kill you all. At that time, he will have a divine artifact and a divine art. You can only die. The Blood Dragon Ancestor Dragon shouted. When everyone heard this, their bodies and minds trembled. That's right. No one can stop Qin Feiyang's revenge. Just like the major city lord mansions in the north, they were all robbed by this person. If we let him walk out alive, none of us will be able to escape. So everyone, don't be fooled by him. Follow me and kill. The purple-clothed young man roared. The giant golden beast raised its head and roared. It carried a surging ferocious aura as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. If we don't kill him now, when will we? The black-clothed young man also roared. Kill. In an instant. Everyone began to roar. Divine arts, divine artifacts, battle souls, densely packed, they turned into a raging wave, shattering the sky and charging toward Qin Feiyang. At this moment, the sky was collapsing. The earth was also sinking crazily. Millions of miles of mountains and rivers were instantly razed to the ground, and the sky was everywhere. This scene was the end of the world. What a sad group of people. 1 million people joining forces is indeed very strong. Any creature below the imperishable realm will only end up with their bodies crushed and their bones crushed. But do you think this is useful to me, Qin Feiyang? Wrong. Let me tell you. The more people there are, the stronger I, Qin Feiyang, will be. Eye of Heaven, open. Qin Feiyang suddenly let out an explosive shout. The glabella of the 3001 dragon souls floating in the air immediately split open, and a third eye appeared. Not good. Yi Zhong's expression suddenly changed. Eye of Heaven! If he opened the Eye of Heaven, then Qin Feiyang really had the ability to slaughter 1 million people with his own strength. Because the Eye of Heaven could copy all attack methods. No matter how many divine arts, no matter how many battle souls, it could be copied. And one had to know. At this moment, Qin Feiyang had also activated 3,000 incarnations. In other words, although Qin Feiyang was only one person, because of the existence of 3,000 incarnations, the Eye of Heaven could copy 3,000 times more than this million people. For example, the golden beast formed by the purple-clothed young man's supreme divine art, once it was copied by Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 incarnations, it would become 3,001 golden beasts. 1 against 3,001. What kind of concept was this? Not to mention a massacre, it was simply an instant kill. Qin Feiyang, stop! Yi Zhong shouted. But it was too late. Qin Feiyang, who had the intention to kill, would not let go because of Yi Zhong. All kinds of deity arts and fighting souls were continuously replicated. All of you, go to hell! Qin Feiyang muttered. With a wave of his hand, the copied divine arts, battle souls, suddenly turned into a frenzy, with the power to destroy the world, surging toward the sea of people in front of him. How is this possible? The purple-clothed young man and the others standing at the front looked at this scene with their mouths agape. Following closely, their faces, their eyes, were filled with panic. "Run!" the black-clothed young man suddenly roared. But it was too late. Divine arts, battle souls, in an instant they drowned in a flood. Miserable screams suddenly sounded, filled with despair and regret. "Please let us go, no!" the purple-clothed young man roared in horror, but it was meaningless. Hundreds of golden beasts pounced, instantly tearing him to pieces. These golden beasts were copied by the Eye of Heaven. In other words, it was equivalent to him dying under his own divine arts. "Qin Feiyang, spare me!" The black-clothed young man also knelt in the void and begged. But it was useless. A frenzy formed by a divine art instantly rushed over, and the black-clothed young man's blood splattered across the sky. Not even his divine soul was left. "No, please, we know we were wrong." Looking at this scene, the people behind could not help but feel despair. There were even people who were already fleeing. Qin Feiyang was not human at all. Divine arts, battle souls. How could a human copy all of them? Massacre, this was a merciless massacre. The whole world was filled with blood and corpses at this moment. Painful screams, helpless cries for help, were incessant, resounding throughout the world. This scene made the various ancestral dragons tremble. This scene made Yizhong limp on the ground powerlessly. This scene made the straw-sandal old man and the others feel their hair stand on end. Besides the white-eyed wolf, Frenzy, and the beast emperor, no one would have thought that the outcome would be like this. 1,000,000 people, such a terrifying force was actually single-handedly massacred by one person. There was no way to fight back. This Qin Feiyang, this heaven-defying battle soul, the Eye of Heaven, it was simply invincible. The massacre lasted for hundreds of breaths. 1,000,000 people were slaughtered. Only a small portion of them fled into the forest of gods and devils. The broken ground below was already blood-red, and corpses were piled up like a mountain. The smell of blood was pungent. Looking from afar, it was even more terrifying than Azura hell. The scene was dead silent at this moment. Whether it was the various ancestral dragons or the straw-sandal old man's group, they were all silently watching all of this. But in their hearts, they were overturning rivers and seas. He really did it. With the strength of one person, he massacred 1,000,000 people. Such means, such strength. Looking at the current world, who could compete with him? The Eye of Heaven was already heaven-defying enough, but he actually had 3,000 clones? Wasn't this like adding wings to a tiger for Qin Feiyang? With 3,000 clones and the Eye of Heaven, he was invincible. Amazing! Amazing! The Eye of Heaven is indeed a heaven-defying battle soul. An exclamation sounded. The one who spoke was the middle-aged man in golden clothes. He stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at Qin Feiyang in the sky above the plain from afar, his eyes full of fear. The enchanting woman lying in his embrace had already stood up. She was also looking at Qin Feiyang with fear in her eyes. How could there be such a crazy young man in this world? He was already so strong at the 9 heavens realm, then when he broke through to the imperishable realm, thinking of this, the woman couldn't help but shiver. Once this man broke through to the imperishable realm, even if he was only a half-step imperishable realm, he was enough to pose a huge threat to these veteran supreme experts. What a terrifying young man! On the other side, a trace of reverence appeared on the expressionless face of the burly man, who was over 2 meters tall. Powerful! On the other side of the mountain, the straw-shoe old man took a deep breath, looked at the old woman and the child, and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, this man will definitely become the strongest in the ancient world in the future, and even we will have to bow down to him." "Yes." The old woman nodded. "That depends on whether he can grow up or not. Because what he did today will definitely arouse the most intense killing intent of the dragons. When he returns to the divine land, the dragons will definitely kill him at all costs. After all, he's too much of a threat. His two ancestors, Qin Batian and Lu Jingyang, are nothing compared to him now. The child shook his head. The straw-shoe old man and the old woman nodded. If they were the dragons, they would also immediately think of a way to kill Qin Feiyang. Even if it would greatly damage the dragons, they wouldn't hesitate. Chapter 27-21. Even Beast Emperor and Wang Ming couldn't help shuddering in fear when they saw this scene, let alone the ancestral dragons and the straw-shoe old man. He killed more than 1 million people just like that. This character, this method, could be said to be universally shocking. They had always thought that although Qin Feiyang was talented, he was too benevolent and righteous, and would not be able to achieve great things. Only now did they realize what kind of person Qin Feiyang was. Benevolence, righteousness, and righteousness. He only gave them to those who deserved it. He would not show any mercy to those who deserved to die. On one hand, he was righteous, and on the other hand, he was decisive. It could be said that such a person was almost perfect. But in the face of all this, Qin Feiyang himself was unperturbed. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in the sky above the 7 ancestral dragons. Sensing the terrifying murderous aura, the 7 ancestral dragons couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Do you want to kill yourselves or do you want me to do it myself? Qin Feiyang looked down at the 7 of them and said coldly. Hearing this, the 7 of them were instantly enraged. He was a dignified ancestral dragon, revered by the world. He actually dared to use such a tone and attitude in front of them. However, at the thought that it was Qin Feiyang, they were filled with helplessness. Whether it was in the past or now, Qin Feiyang had never shown them the slightest bit of respect. With their status and strength, they could make anyone lower their heads and fear them. Only in front of Qin Feiyang was they not allowed to do so. At this very moment, Qin Feiyang had the right to speak to them in such a manner. This was because Qin Feiyang was so powerful that they were powerless. At least in hell, they no longer had the power to resist. Publicizing hell and setting a trap to harm me, this is a good plan. Unfortunately, not only did your plan not succeed, it allowed me to grow. Speaking of which, I have to thank all of you for allowing me to break through to the 9th heaven's realm in such a short time. Take your own lives as a token of my gratitude to you, Qin Feiyang said. Good. You're amazing. But don't forget, it's because we're in the underworld king's hell that we can't display our full strength. That's why you have the right to be arrogant, the red-clothed young man shouted. Only now? When I was in the divine land, I didn't see you guys that powerful. The white-eyed wolf laughed mockingly. Whoosh! All the ancestral dragons looked at the white-eyed wolf with cold glints flickering in their eyes. What are you looking at? Isn't that the truth? Initially, in the North Sea, all 10 of you ancestral dragons were mobilized. The revered dragon even personally took action. But in the end, all of you were seriously injured. Later, you pretended to be Linyi's master in the plains outside the Dragon God mountain range and lured us into a trap. But in the end, you reaped what you sowed and lost 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. After that, we fought in the inland sea. I would like to ask, when have you ever won against us? Even if you only win once, I admit that you're good. But do you have it? The white-eyed wolf looked at the 7 of them playfully. Nonsense. Back in the inland sea, if it weren't for Qin Batian activating the law of time and space to save you, would you be able to escape alive? The red-clothed young man roared. But that time, you lost 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts, while we escaped safely. Isn't this a victory for us? The white-eyed wolf said. The red-clothed young man stared at the white-eyed wolf with anger rising in his eyes. Where did this wolf cub come from? Not only does he know everything, but he also seems to be more arrogant than Qin Feiyang. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and kill yourself. We still have to go to the mythical forest. The white-eyed wolf waved his claws and said. The ancestral dragons looked at each other with a murderous glint in their eyes. Boom! Almost at the same time, they unlocked their suppressed cultivation. Half-step immortal realm, first stage immortal realm, first stage immortal realm, first stage immortal realm. In the blink of an eye, they recovered their first stage immortal realm cultivation. The power of the Nether King Hell's laws also descended. But the 7 ancestral dragons turned a blind eye to the rule force and went straight to Qin Feiyang. Their terrifying aura destroyed all directions. Obviously, they wanted to kill Qin Feiyang before the rule force descended. A bunch of stupid things. Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule, as if he had already expected such a thing to happen. Swish! He retreated like a bolt of lightning. Although his speed couldn't be compared to the current 7 ancestral dragons, the rule force descended very quickly. As long as he dodged a little, the 7 ancestral dragons would be obliterated by the rule force. Die! The 7 ancestral dragons chased after him with a strong cold light in their eyes. Soon they would be able to kill Qin Feiyang. But at that moment, the power of the rules crashed down. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the 7 of them were immediately obliterated by the rule force. Aren't you courting death? The white-eyed wolf shook his head. When the rule force dissipated, Qin Feiyang stopped in the void and looked coldly at the place where the 7 ancestral dragons disappeared before looking at Yizhong below. Yizhong sighed and said, "You don't have to do it, this old man will do it myself. I didn't say I was going to kill you. Moreover, if I were to make a move on you, I would really be deceiving my master and destroying my ancestors." Qin Feiyang said, "Don't say such nice words." Yizhong shook his head. "I'm serious. There is a good saying, a teacher for a day, a father for life. Although in today's world this sentence is a bit exaggerated, in my eyes, you've never been an enemy. It's still the same sentence, my door is always open for you," Qin Feiyang said. Yizhong was silent. But in the end, he still chose to end his own life. Boom! The old man's body suddenly exploded in the void, and a terrifying wave of air instantly flooded all directions. He self-destructed and died. Seeing that the situation was bad, the Beast Emperor and Wang Ming quickly rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and released their divine power to block that terrifying wave of air. Sigh! Qin Feiyang stood in front of the wind and couldn't help but sigh. Why were they so stubborn? No matter how he tried to persuade them, it was useless. Were the dragons really so good that they were worth risking their lives for? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the Beast Emperor and asked, "Do you know if Yizhong and Long Zun have any special relationship?" Special relationship? The Beast Emperor was stunned and shook his head. "I really don't know," Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. "Then how did he and Long Zun know each other?" The Beast Emperor thought for a moment, and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, there are many stories." "What stories?" Hearing this, the man and the white-eyed wolf immediately looked at the Beast Emperor curiously. The Beast Emperor said, "I heard that when Yizhong was young, he pursued Long Zun." "What?" Qin Feiyang, the man, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. This was really big news. That was a long time ago. Yizhong and Long Zun were still young, just like you guys are now. And at that time, Long Zun hadn't married the dragon god yet. It is said that at that time, Long Zun turned into human form and entered the mortal world to train, and met Yizhong. At first, they were still a pair of enemies. They fought whenever they saw each other because they didn't like each other. But as time passed, Yizhong seemed to have slowly fallen in love with her. However, because Long Zun deliberately hid it, Yizhong didn't know that Long Zun was a divine dragon. And because of his personality, Yizhong didn't confess. And then, Long Zun and the dragon got married, gave birth to a son and a daughter, and became the leader of the dragons. It is said that at that time, Yizhong was still upset for a long time. Then one day, Long Zun finally discovered Yizhong's feelings for her. Perhaps because she felt guilty, Long Zun gave Yizhong a lot of resources, as well as unparalleled power and status. And the Dragon God Palace was founded by Yizhong at that time. The following situation is as you can see, Yizhong has been following Long Zun. Long Zun is also very good to Yizhong. And the degree of trust she has in him is even higher than the great ancestral dragons, the Beast Emperor said. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. After all this time, Yi Zhong was protecting his beloved woman? The man looked at the Beast Emperor and asked, "Are you sure this is true? Whether it is true or not?" The Beast Emperor pondered for a while and shook his head. "Whether it is true or not, this emperor is really not sure, but all the great ancestral dragons said so," Qin Feiyang said. "Then have you asked Yi Zhong himself?" "Yes. But Yi Zhong didn't mention a word about this. Long Zun has never mentioned this matter either," the Beast Emperor said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "It should be close. If that is the case, then convincing Yi Zhong will be more difficult than we imagined," the man said. Qin Feiyang nodded. "I didn't expect this old man to be such a loyal person." The white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered as if he had discovered a new continent. "We can't make a conclusion too early. When there is a chance, let's find Yi Zhong and ask him about it. Next, let's prepare to enter the God-Fiend Forest." Qin Feiyang looked at the God-Fiend Forest. This was a place they had to enter. If he could comprehend another nomological law, he would undoubtedly be more confident when facing Ice Dragon and Small Beast in the future. "What about the others?" Wang Ming asked. "The others?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "There must be some people who haven't rushed to the God-Fiend Forest. Should we take the opportunity to catch them all?" Wang Ming said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and waved his hand. "There's no need for that." With that said, Qin Feiyang looked at the surrounding mountains and rivers. He was more concerned about the hidden supreme experts. Where would these people be hiding? "Old Witch, Little Fiend, do you feel that Qin Feiyang seems to know that we are hiding nearby?" The straw sandals old man frowned. "How is that possible?" The old woman in green shook her head. "No. Look at him now. He seems to be looking for something? I think so. Even if he doesn't know that it's us, he must have guessed that there are people nearby," the straw sandals old man said in a deep voice. The old woman in green and Little Fiend frowned. Looking at Qin Feiyang's current expression, that was indeed the case. Chapter 27-22. Wait. Suddenly, Little Devil Child reached out his hand and asked, "Don't you think it's strange?" "What's strange?" The two old men looked at him in surprise. "The Nether King's ferocious beasts are spreading the news that the Forest of Gods and Demons has a heaven-defying treasure and the power of laws. Don't you think it's a conspiracy?" Little Devil Child frowned. "A conspiracy?" The eyes of the two old men trembled. "You mean to say that Qin Feiyang is the one controlling all of this, and Qin Feiyang's goal is to kill all of these people?" the old woman asked in surprise. "I don't know. But I have a feeling that the truth isn't as simple as it seems." Little Devil Child shook his head, his eyes flashing. Above the plain, Qin Feiyang adjusted his state and looked at the Forest of Gods and Demons again. "Let's go," the Beast Emperor said. "Then I'll wait for you at the square." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Whoosh! The Beast Emperor immediately turned into a stream of light and landed on the bluestone path, then disappeared into the Forest of Gods and Demons. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led Man, White-Eyed Wolf, and Wang Ming into the Forest of Gods and Demons without looking back. But just as Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Forest of Gods and Demons, a blood-haired youth came and landed above the plain. This person was Li Feng. "The flesh and blood essence of 1,000,000 people, this can't be wasted. Li Feng, hurry up and absorb it. These people are all at the ultimate God and 9 heavens realm. Absorb their flesh and blood essence, and it'll be enough for you to enter the 9 heavens realm." Sandwis immediately appeared beside him and roared excitedly. "Okay." Li Feng nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang's back. He landed in the middle of the plain and absorbed it crazily. The flesh and blood around him turned into blood qi and rushed into his body. "What? He's absorbing the flesh and blood essence of these people?" When the old woman and the others saw this, their pupils constricted. However, Qin Feiyang and the others who had entered the mythical forest did not notice it at all. Because the moment they entered the divine demon forest, everything outside seemed to have been cut off. He couldn't hear any sounds from the outside, nor could he sense any aura from the outside. This place is indeed a domain of its own. Man scanned the area in front of him, his eyes filled with surprise. There were clusters of ancient trees and vines everywhere. Thick piles of dead branches and rotten leaves were piled up on the ground. The surroundings were also deathly silent. At a glance, the entire forest was filled with a cold and mysterious aura. The Beast Emperor said that the forest of gods and devils is shrouded in an invisible force. One can only enter but not leave. Why can't I feel this power? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. If you can't feel it, then feel it for yourself. Wang Ming smiled slightly, then turned around and raised his arm to reach out at the edge of the void. Immediately, his expression froze. Sure enough, his fingertip came into contact with an invisible force in the void. How is it? Qin Feiyang and the others also turned to look at Wang Ming. Yes. Wang Ming nodded. It can't be? The white-eyed wolf raised his paw skeptically and reached into the void. In the end, his expression froze. There was indeed an invisible force in the void. When did Li Feng and Blood Spirit appear? Suddenly, Yan Li exclaimed. Li Feng? Hearing that, everyone raised their heads to look at the plains and was stunned. This brat really doesn't learn. Seeing that Li Feng was absorbing the essence of the flesh and blood, Wang Ming couldn't help but frown. Let him be, Qin Feiyang said indifferently. He also stretched out his hand and pressed against the invisible force in the air. This invisible force was colorless and had no aura. If one didn't know beforehand, even if they stood in front of it, they wouldn't discover it. For living beings who didn't want to enter the divine demon forest, it was truly a fatal trap. Because by the time they discovered this invisible force, they would already be in the divine demon forest and wouldn't be able to leave. Since we're here, let's take things as they come. Let's go, Man urged. Not only were they not afraid at all, they were full of anticipation for the unknown divine demon forest. Right away, Qin Feiyang, Man and the white-eyed wolf turned and strode forward. Let's go too. Yang Li looked at Wang Ming and said. But Li Feng. Wang Ming frowned. Are you stupid? Can't you tell? Yang Li shook his head. Wang Ming was slightly stunned and turned to look at Yang Li suspiciously. What do you mean? Then let me ask you first. What was young master's reaction when he saw this scene? Yan Li said. Aren't you asking the obvious? Didn't you see that young master's reaction was very calm just now? Wang Ming rolled his eyes. Then let me ask you again. Why didn't young master burn the mountain of corpses and sea of blood before entering the divine demon forest? Yan Li asked again. This, maybe he forgot. Wang Ming hesitated. Forgot? Yan Li shook his head and patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. Brother, you've been with young master for so long. Why don't you understand him at all? With that said, Yan Li descended toward Qin Feiyang and the rest. Wang Ming was stunned. He glanced at Sandwis and Li Feng before turning to catch up with Yan Li and whispering. Can you make it clear? It's very simple. Young master deliberately left this for Li Feng. Yan Li said telepathically. What? Wang Ming was shocked. In other words, young master knew that Sandwis and Li Feng were hiding nearby. Although young master was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Feng's actions, since these people were already dead, it would be a waste to burn them. He might as well fulfill Li Feng's wish. Yan Li said to himself. I see. Wang Ming was enlightened. So, you have to carefully consider young master's thoughts in the future. Yan Li said. Yes. Wang Ming nodded. An hour later, Qin Feiyang and the rest were already tens of thousands of miles deep into the divine demon forest. Given their speed, it was naturally impossible for them to be so slow. After all, given their cultivation, it would only take them a short while to cross tens of thousands of miles. This was because they did not dare to move too quickly. This was because they knew nothing about this place. If they were not careful and encountered danger, they would not be able to think of a way to deal with it immediately. Furthermore, in this divine demon forest, they could not fly and could only move forward on foot. However, they did not know if it was because they were lucky that they had not encountered any danger until now. However, when the group passed by a small valley, they realized that there were many footprints at the entrance of the valley. Why are there footprints? The white-eyed wolf was astonished. Are you stupid? As early as the second day when we arrived at the plains, more than 100 people entered the divine demon forest. Furthermore, there were also many people who escaped into the divine demon forest previously. I noticed at that time and estimated that there were at least 50 to 60,000 people. The lunatic said. So many? I really didn't notice. It seems that even if we enter the divine demon forest, we won't be too bored. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly and swaggered into the valley. Qin Feiyang and the rest exchanged glances and followed in. The valley was about a few miles long and was filled with gravel and weeds. However, they did not find any traces of people in the valley. However, there were still many footprints on the ground. These footprints were messy and disorderly, as if they were left behind by a hasty escape. Qin Feiyang and the rest followed the footprints and searched all the way. In the end, they found a crack that was several meters wide at the back of the valley. In the crack, more than 30 people were huddled together, pale and trembling. They seemed to be very scared. The white-eyed wolf walked to the crack and the 30 people laughed. What are you hiding here for? Don't kill us. We really know that we were wrong. Please give us a way out. Dozens of people looked at Qin Feiyang and the rest and begged. Qin Feiyang and the rest were stunned. They thought that these people were so scared because they had encountered something terrifying in the divine demon forest. They did not expect that it was because they had discovered them that they had fled and hid here. However, Qin Feiyang did not know that in the eyes of these people, he was even more terrifying than the divine demon forest. In their eyes, Qin Feiyang could be described as a devil. He had killed millions of people in one fell swoop. This person's terrifying means was unprecedented and could be said to be shocking. The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses, bared his teeth, and said, "Who do you think you are? We won't kill you just because we said so? Then what do you want?" One of the burly men said with a bitter face. "What do you think? I believe you also know our means. For people like you who take the initiative to court death, we will definitely not be polite," the white-eyed wolf said. Hearing this, dozens of people curled up in the crack, their faces full of despair. "Enough!" Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf and looked at the dozens of people. "I don't want to talk about the past anymore. Let me ask you, you have been in the divine demon forest for so long, did you encounter any danger? You really won't kill us?" The dozens of people stared at Qin Feiyang in a daze. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you. The group of people was grateful and climbed out of the mountain one after another. The burly man took a deep breath and looked respectfully at Qin Feiyang and replied, "We encountered danger." Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. "Friends," he said. "What danger?" "Not long after we entered the divine demon forest, we encountered 3 giant beasts. Their strength is simply too strong. At that time, there were more than 2,000 of us together. But even if we joined forces, we could not defeat them." The burly man's face was full of fear. "That's right. They all had supreme-level deity techniques and deity artifacts, and they were extremely strong. More than 2,000 people were swallowed alive by them, and only the few of us managed to escape. It's too terrifying. If I had known, even if I died outside, I would not have come to the divine demon forest." The 30-odd people all had terrified looks on their faces. "Giant beasts," Qin Feiyang muttered. It seemed that what the beast emperor said was true. They could not be careless in the divine demon forest. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would die here. Chapter 27-23 What do these giant beasts look like? Wang Ming asked. They're the same as the beasts we usually see. But there's a strange mark between their eyebrows, the burly man said. Mark? Qin Feiyang and the others were slightly stunned and asked. What mark? The burly man said. It's a blood mark. Blood mark? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought it was the kind of skull mark, because the beasts outside also had this kind of mark. But unexpectedly, the giant beast here had some kind of blood mark. What did the blood mark represent? Roar! Suddenly, a deafening beast roar sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. They quickly jumped up and landed on the top of the mountain and looked down. They saw 3 giant beasts stepping into the valley and walking toward them step by step. With every step they took, the ground would crack. The whole valley was shaking because of their arrival. Their gazes were also constantly scanning the surroundings, as if they were looking for something. It's them! The burly man and the others jumped to the top of the mountain. When they saw the 3 giant beasts, they immediately exclaimed, Keep your voice down! Wang Ming glared at them. But it was too late. The 3 giant beasts had already heard the exclamation. They raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others on the top of the mountain. The 3 giant beasts were a giant leopard, a giant tiger, and a giant lion. Their bodies were dozens of meters long, and their hair was black. Their eyes were like millstones, emitting a shocking murderous light. There really was a blood mark between their eyebrows. But at first glance, there was nothing special about it. It looked dim. As for their cultivation, it wasn't very strong. Like Qin Feiyang and Lunatic, they were also at the 9th heaven stage. Run! But even if they were only at the 9th heaven stage, the burly man and the others couldn't help but feel afraid. They turned around and jumped down the mountain, disappearing into the forest below without looking back. Isn't it just 3 beasts at the 9th heaven stage? Is there a need to be so afraid? The white-eyed wolf was speechless. In this group, half of them were at the 9th heaven stage, and 2 of them were at the 9th heaven stage. Such a powerful lineup was actually afraid of 3 beasts at the 9th heaven stage. It was really strange. Wang Ming turned to look at those people and said in a deep voice, The more they are afraid, the more terrifying these giant beasts are. We can't let our guard down because of their cultivation. But before he finished speaking, he saw the madman rush out with a whoosh. The corner of Wang Ming's mouth instantly twitched fiercely. What a fearless person. Previously in the plains, the limelight was stolen by Qin Feiyang. I didn't even have a chance to perform. So all of you, don't interfere now. I want to see exactly how strong they are. Madman laughed loudly and released his aura to attack the 3 giant beasts. The 3 beasts looked at Lunatic. Lunatics. They actually dared to take the initiative to attack them? Big Tiger, he's challenging our dignity. Go and get rid of him. The giant lion laughed, its eyes filled with ferocity. Hee hee. The giant tiger bared its fangs and let out a fierce roar. Its ferocious aura erupted like a volcano. Then, it was like a sharp arrow piercing through the air, its speed as fast as lightning. Boom! In just an instant, Lunatic and the giant tiger met in the valley. As the two clashed, a destructive shockwave surged out. Boom! The valley was razed to the ground in an instant. The surrounding ancient trees and mountains were also collapsing and shattering. Amazing! Lunatic laughed. The giant tiger's body and strength were not weaker than his. You have to know. His physical body and strength had been strengthened just like Qin Feiyang's. To put it bluntly, with the strength of his body, even those at the 9th heaven stage were not his match. But this giant tiger was on par with him. You're not bad either. A little human can have such a strong body. After the giant tiger finished speaking, its huge body stood up. Then, its whole body pressed down, and the 2 thick claws in front slapped at Lunatic. Don't look down on me. I'm not like those humans you met before. Lunatic smiled coldly and threw out another punch. The fist and claws collided. Lunatic and the giant tiger were both pushed back. However, while retreating, Lunatic turned his foot and forcefully dispelled the impact. Then, while the giant tiger was unprepared, he rushed up and kicked the giant tiger's head. Roar! With a painful howl, the giant tiger flew out like a meteor and smashed into the ground in the distance. With a bang, a giant pit appeared. No way! The giant lion and leopard looked at this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. This is battle awareness and adaptability. Just based on these 2 points, you're not on the same level as me. Lunatic looked at the giant tiger proudly. Roar! The giant tiger roared and rushed out of the giant pit. It rushed at Lunatic, as if it was angry out of humiliation. You can't? Lunatic raised his arm, stretched out his index finger, and shook it lightly. His face was full of contempt. The giant tiger roared again and again. Its 1-meter-long fangs emitted a terrifying light. Rushing in front of Lunatic, the giant tiger pounced and bit at Lunatic's head. Its bloody mouth, not to mention biting off Lunatic's head, could even swallow him alive. Heh! The madman grinned and dodged. Then, he kicked the giant tiger's head from behind. However, at this time, a hint of mockery flashed in the giant tiger's eyes. A set of black armor suddenly appeared on its body. It looked like it was made of fish scales and emitted a faint light. This change was completely out of Lunatic's expectations. Lunatic kicked the armor, and there was a deafening sound of metal. Lunatic didn't show any mercy, but because of the armor, it didn't cause any injuries to the giant tiger. When the madman kicked the tiger's head, the tiger also slapped the madman's body with its paw. The result was obvious. Lunatic was sent flying like a rubber ball and crashed into a mountain ridge in the distance. Boom! The mountain ridge collapsed on the spot. Many of the bones in his body were broken. Wang Ming and Yang Li looked at each other. This giant tiger actually knew how to trick people? On the surface, it looked like it had lost its mind out of humiliation, but in fact, it was waiting for an opportunity to trick Lunatic. Is this your battle awareness and ability to react on the spot? That's all there is to it. The giant tiger laughed disdainfully. Boom! Lunatic rushed out from the ground and arrived in front of the giant tiger at lightning speed. Looking at the armor on the giant tiger, he said, Supreme Divine Artifact, little thing, you're very naughty. How is it? You're not so arrogant now. The giant tiger's eyes were full of ridicule. Not arrogant? Sorry, arrogant is synonymous with this daddy. Little thing like you, this daddy can kill you with one slap. As Lunatic spoke, he really did slap it. You're courting death. The giant tiger was furious. He was already wearing a supreme armor, and still dared to look down on it like this. He really didn't know what death was. Boom! It raised its claws angrily. Those claws were bigger than millstones and aggressive, as if it wanted to slap Lunatic into meat paste. Seeing that they were about to collide again, a set of blood-colored armor suddenly appeared on Lunatic's body. The next moment, one man and one beast clashed. Bang, bang, bang. Whether it was the giant tiger or Lunatic, every punch hit flesh. And although the blood-colored armor on Lunatic's body wasn't a divine artifact, it was transformed from a supreme divine art. In terms of strength, it wasn't inferior to the giant tiger's armor. Boom! After dozens of exchanges, the giant tiger was once again smashed to the ground. Even the armor on its body showed signs of being broken. The blood-colored sword on Lunatic's body was already at its limit, but his situation was much better than the giant tiger's. Are you convinced? Lunatic said proudly. Are you still human? Your body and strength are both so strong? The giant tiger got up in a sorry state and looked at Lunatic angrily. Strength and physical body were also its trump cards. Even a ninth heaven's great perfection cultivator couldn't withstand its strength. But at this moment, the human in front of it wasn't inferior to it at all. Of course I'm human. As for body and strength, who said that humans are weaker than you beasts? My level isn't much? The person with the truly powerful body is still standing there and hasn't made a move. Lunatic said. HM? There's someone stronger than you? The giant tiger was surprised. The giant lion and the giant leopard were also stunned. The three beasts looked at Qin Feiyang and the others not far away. Who could this person with a powerful body be? Of course it couldn't be Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang's physical body was also strong, compared to a certain person, it was still lacking by quite a bit. This person was Wang Ming. Wang Ming's body was truly powerful, and even the transformed blood demon couldn't compare to it. Back then, they were both ninth heaven's great perfection cultivators, but Blood Gang, as a blood demon, was directly suppressed by Wang Ming. One could imagine. How strong was Wang Ming's body and strength? You so-called infinite strength can show off in front of others, but you have no advantage in front of us. It seems that the giant beasts in the forest of gods and demons are only SOSO. Lunatic shook his head. Haha. Hearing this, the giant tiger, the giant lion, and the giant leopard were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. Their laughter was full of sarcasm. Lunatic glanced at the three beasts and said, "It seems that you're still hiding some extraordinary skills? Come, show it to me. Human brat, do you know the consequences of being arrogant in the forest of gods and demons?" The giant tiger said. "Then do you know the consequences of being arrogant in front of me?" Lunatic asked in return. Good. You're really arrogant. However, you've made a very serious mistake. Even if the blood demon comes to the forest of gods and demons, they have to lie down obediently. Boom! The giant tiger roared. Its body actually expanded with the wind, and in an instant, a giant tiger that was 1,000 feet tall appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 27-24. Is it useful to become bigger? Man mocked. You'll know soon enough. The giant tiger smiled sinisterly and charged forward. Whoosh! A shocking scene appeared. The giant tiger's speed was several times faster than before. So fast? Man was surprised. The giant tiger's current speed was definitely comparable to a ninth heaven's realm cultivator. Pay the price for your arrogance! Almost instantly, the giant tiger rushed in front of Man and slapped him with its paw. Humph! Man snorted coldly, raised his arm, and punched out. Divine power surged and shattered in all directions. Boom! However, at the moment of collision, Man's arm was lacerated and blood flowed out. Moreover, even Man couldn't block that terrifying power. He was sent flying and smashed into the ground in the distance. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. Who knew Man's strength better than them? Even if their cultivation was higher than Man's, they would only be abused, let alone those of the same realm. As if something had suddenly happened, Wang Ming said in bewilderment. Young master, quickly look between its eyebrows. Between its eyebrows? Qin Feiyang looked at the giant tiger's eyebrows and was stunned. The originally dim blood character mark between the giant tiger's eyebrows was now glowing with a bloody light. Was the giant tiger's change related to the blood character mark? Swish! At the same time, the giant tiger rushed in front of Man and looked at him lying on the ground with blood flowing out of his body. It sneered. Still so arrogant? Hee. Man grinned and slowly got up. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked up at the giant tiger. You really surprised me. The giant tiger frowned. At this point, he still dared to be so arrogant? I'd like to see how fast and powerful you are. Man took a step forward, his divine power surging as he punched at the giant tiger. And the giant tiger was extremely disdainful. With a wave of its paw, Man was sent flying again, his body covered in blood. Not bad. This power is almost comparable to the blood demons at the peak of the nine heavens realm. Man got up again and nodded. What? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. This giant beast was only at the ninth heavens realm, but its strength was comparable to a blood demon at the perfection ninth heavens realm? Isn't this too outrageous? Blood demon race? They're just trash. The giant tiger's eyes were filled with disdain as it charged at the man-man. You are indeed very strong. But saying that the blood demon race is trash makes me very unhappy. Man-man chuckled. Clang! A blood-red square seal appeared. Sovereign-level divine art, blood demon seal. As soon as the demonic blood seal appeared, it expanded with the wind. In an instant, it was like a towering mountain, blasting towards the giant tiger. Roar! The giant tiger roared. The gigantic body was sent flying by the blood devil seal. Its flesh was lacerated, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Bastard, how dare you injure me! The giant tiger was enraged. With a loud clang, a giant black sword soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. This was a supreme being level killing technique. Waves after waves of terrifying sword chi flooded the area with an earth-shattering force. Clang! Following closely. The giant black sword shook in the sky, sword energy crisscrossing as it slashed towards the demonic blood seal. The demonic blood seal shattered on the spot. The giant black sword charged towards the man-man. A fatal crisis appeared. Heh! The man-man grinned. As his divine power surged, a demon statue appeared. Roar of the blood demon! Roar! The demon statue roared into the sky. A destructive sound wave surged forward like a tide. With a clang, the giant black sword shattered. The sound wave swept across the sky and instantly submerged the giant tiger. Roar! The giant tiger roared in pain. The sound waves were like sharp blades that constantly sliced its body. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Not good! This person is not the human we encountered before. He is very strong. Quickly help! The giant lion roared. Roar! At this moment, the giant lion and leopard roared and charged towards the madman like lightning. And at the same time, the blood word mark between his eyebrows emitted wisps of blood light. His body suddenly began to expand with the wind. In less than an instant, the bodies of the giant lion and leopard had also expanded to more than 1,000 feet. Their ferocity was monstrous. It is indeed related to the blood word mark. Qin Feiyang mumbled. I will go and help him. Wang Ming took a step forward. Facing 3 giant beasts, even the man-man would not be able to withstand it. No need. Senior brother man-man can handle it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Huh! Wang Ming was stunned. Qin Feiyang laughed. He hasn't even used his most powerful demonic blood domain. That's right. Wang Ming patted his head in realization. Besides, there are still the 5th and 6th forms of the demonic blood 6 forms. To be honest, I really want to see how powerful the 5th and 6th forms are. Qin Feiyang whispered. The madman had created the 6th form in the ancient city of Qingyu, but no one knew what it was. However, if the 4th form, demonic blood domain, was so powerful, then the 5th and 6th forms would definitely be extraordinary. Human, go to hell! In the blink of an eye, the giant lion and leopard charged towards the madman together with the giant tiger. Clang! Also, the giant lion and the giant leopard also summoned a piece of armor. And the 2 armors were also supreme-level divine artifacts. You guys know? The madman shook his finger and the 3rd form, bloodthirsty Demon King, appeared. The Demon King was 10,000 feet tall, wearing blood-colored armor, and holding a heavenly halberd. Its murderous aura was overwhelming. Kill! Following the madman's low shout, the bloodthirsty Demon King immediately raised the heavenly halberd and an apocalyptic aura erupted. Immediately, the heavenly halberd descended from the sky and slashed towards the 3 beasts. The void collapsed on the spot. The surrounding ground also trembled violently under that terrifying aura and sank crazily. Seeing this, the giant tiger also immediately activated the supreme-level divine art, and the black giant sword appeared again. The giant lion and leopard looked at each other. As divine power surged, 2 giant beast shadows appeared. This was also formed by the supreme-level divine art. Clang! Roar! The black giant sword destroyed everything in all directions. The two beast shadows roared in the sky and charged towards the bloodthirsty Demon King. Clang! The heavenly halberd was suddenly blocked in the sky. The four supreme-level divine arts crazily collided. The destructive aura was like a torrent, drowning the world. "Aren't you very arrogant? Still looking for help?" The man looked at the giant tiger with ridicule. "Less nonsense!" the giant tiger shouted coldly. Crack! Facing the crazy bombardment of the three supreme-level divine arts, the heavenly halberd finally shattered. The three beasts were overjoyed, and the three divine arts attacked the bloodthirsty Demon King. "Blood Demon Domain!" the man spoke. A blood-red barrier suddenly appeared in the sky and then crashed down, enveloping the three beasts inside. At this moment, whether it was the cultivation of the three beasts or the power of the three supreme-level divine arts, they all instantly fell by a large amount. "What?" The giant tiger and the other two beasts were shocked. "Three little worms, how dare you challenge me?" The man smiled proudly. The bloodthirsty Demon King raised its giant fist and punched towards the three supreme-level divine arts. Crack! Boom! The black giant sword and the two beasts were instantly shattered in the void. Immediately after, the bloodthirsty Demon King's fist punched towards the three beasts. From afar, the fist of the bloodthirsty Demon King was like a mountain, terrifying beyond compare. Roar! The three beasts suddenly let out a miserable howl and smashed into the ground below. Rumble! Dust billowed and three large pits appeared. The man waved his hand and the dust dissipated. He walked over and looked at the three beasts lying in the pits. He joked, "How is it?" The three beasts looked at the man again with a trace of fear in their eyes. The person in front of them was indeed not comparable to the humans they had encountered before. "Don't just lie there, get up, get up!" The man squatted on the ground and waved at the three beasts. The three beasts got up in a sorry state and looked at the man suspiciously. "Do you want to live?" the man asked. "What do you mean?" The three beasts were stunned. The man said, "I'm asking you a question." "No." The giant tiger hurriedly waved its paw and said, "Do you think you have already won?" The man was stunned. Wasn't it obvious whether he had won or not? The giant tiger said, "You are indeed strong, but I'm afraid you don't have the strength to kill us." "Is that so?" The man chuckled. "What a conceited human." The three beasts shook their heads. Suddenly, the blood word mark on their foreheads shot out a dazzling blood light. Swoosh! Immediately after, the three beasts soared into the air. "What the hell?" The man looked at the three beasts in shock. Qin Feiyang and the others were also stunned. Wasn't it impossible to fly in the god-demon forest? What was going on? "Looking at your expression, I know that it's hard for you to accept this scene." The giant tiger stood in the air and looked at the man playfully. "No, how can you guys fly?" The man frowned. "Is it strange that all the beasts in the god-demon forest can fly?" The giant tiger mocked. The man was stunned and asked in confusion, "Then why can't we fly?" "Idiot! Can't you see the mark on our foreheads? If you have this mark, you can still fly." The white tiger rolled its eyes. The man asked curiously, "Then how did you guys get this mark?" "When you go to hell, someone will tell you." The three beasts smiled sinisterly. Bang! Divine power was like a waterfall as it crazily blasted towards the man. The man kept dodging as he pondered in his heart. They could actually fly. This blood word mark was really magical. In other words, as long as he had this blood word mark, he wouldn't be restricted by the rules of the god-demon forest. In this way, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the god-demon forest in the future? "Ha! How does it feel to be beaten?" The three beasts laughed. To be able to fly in the air was an absolute advantage for a powerhouse of this level. "Aren't you guys too happy too early?" The corners of the man's mouth lifted as he looked up at the three beasts. He raised his arm and pointed his finger in the air. "Blood Demon 5 Styles, Blood Prison," As this finger landed, a monstrous blood light suddenly surged out. Fifth style blood prison? Qin Feiyang's eyes shone. He was finally going to use this style. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 27-25. Blood light surged into the sky and condensed into a 10,000 zhang boundary. The boundary was blood red. A terrifying and monstrous evil aura shrouded the world. It looked like it was condensed from blood. However, although it was full of evil aura, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't feel any powerful aura from the blood prison. What's going on? Wang Ming muttered. If the fourth style, blood demon domain, was so powerful, then the fifth style would definitely be heaven-defying. But why didn't it feel so powerful? The white-eyed wolf shouted. Look at the reaction of the giant tiger and the others. Huh! Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others immediately looked at the giant tiger and the other two beasts trapped in the blood prison. They found that the three beasts were terrified at this moment, as if they had encountered some fatal crisis. And they seemed to be unable to move. If you beg for mercy now, I can still consider letting you go. The man looked at the three beasts and said. The three beasts were motionless and didn't speak, but their eyes were full of anxiety. It was as if they were imprisoned and wanted to speak, but couldn't. Aren't you very arrogant? Why can't you even speak now? The man's face was full of ridicule. It seems that this blood prison should be similar to the Emperor prison, Qin Feiyang whispered. You mean this blood prison has the ability to imprison others? The white-eyed wolf asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said. But it's definitely not as simple as imprison. The white-eyed wolf raised his head and looked at the blood prison, agreeing with Qin Feiyang's words. If this blood prison only had the ability to imprison, then it could only be regarded as ordinary. The man waved his hand and the three beasts in the blood prison suddenly felt light. Beg for mercy? The man asked again. Human, if you dare to kill us, I guarantee that you won't be able to walk out of the forest of gods and demons alive. The giant tiger roared. Ha, do you think I'm scared? The man laughed. Crack. All of a sudden, inside the blood prison, patches of blood lightning emerged. They were densely packed and looked like tiny blood-red snakes that slithered about inside the blood prison. The fear in the eyes of the three beasts grew even stronger. Speak! Do you want to beg for mercy? Man shouted. What's wrong with this little lunatic? If you want to kill me, just do it. Why are you being so long-winded? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Did he have to force the other party to beg for mercy? Are you crazy? Don't you know man's personality? He must have a reason for doing this. Let's wait and see. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he silently looked at the three beasts in the blood prison. The three beasts looked at the blood lightning with extreme fear. I'm really curious. What kind of threat does the blood lightning pose to them? So fearful. Wang Ming whispered. Won't you know once you enter? Yan Li smiled. He was actually very curious. From the outside, there was nothing terrifying about the blood prison. However, the inside seemed to be different. None of you are saying anything? You're quite stubborn. The corners of man's mouth curled up. With a wave of his hand, the blood lightning instantly turned into a frenzy that surged toward the three beasts. Don't. We'll beg for mercy. The three beasts' eyes trembled as they hurriedly cried out. Heh! Man smiled proudly. The blood prison dissipated as he said, Then come down! This? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. What on earth was going on? Was this blood prison really that terrifying? The strength of the three beasts was obvious to all. Even a great perfection ninth heaven's realm cultivator wasn't their match. But now, Man had only opened the blood prison, but he had already turned them into little lambs. It was really puzzling. The three beasts obediently landed in front of Man. Man said, Shrink your body a little. It's strenuous to look like this. Hearing this, The three beasts' bodies immediately shrank and returned to their original appearance. "Let me ask you, where on earth did this blood word mark come from?" Madman said. "Temple." The giant tiger lowered its head and said honestly. "Temple?" Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the others also rushed to Madman's side. Hearing the giant tiger's answer, their faces were also full of doubt. "The temple is the holy land of the forest of gods and demons. If even we can't set foot in it, don't even think about it." "That's right. The temple is the forest of gods and demons, a place that absolutely cannot be desecrated. You'd better put away that little thought in your heart. Although you're very strong, you're nothing compared to the guardians of the temple." At the mention of the temple, the three beasts' eyes were filled with reverence. "There are guardians of the temple?" Madman was surprised. "That's right. Every single one of these protectors is extremely powerful," Lin Fan said. The giant tiger said proudly. "If you didn't say it, I wouldn't be interested. Now that you say it." Madman grinned, his meaning self-evident. Wang Ming looked at the three beasts and asked suspiciously, "Since even you don't dare to set foot in the temple, how did the mark between your eyebrows come about?" "Actually, we don't know either. Where did it come from?" The giant lion shook its head. "You don't know? Didn't you just say it was because of the temple?" Wang Ming frowned. "It's because the temple isn't fake. But back then, I was brought to the temple by the guardians. As soon as I entered the temple, I fainted before I could see anything. By the time I woke up, I was already outside the temple and there was already this mark between my eyebrows," the giant lion said. "There's such a thing?" Qin Feiyang and the others exchanged glances. Fainting after entering the temple? This sounded a little unfathomable. Madman glanced at the giant lion, then at the giant tiger and leopard. "You guys are the same?" "Yes. It's not just us. All the ferocious beasts in the forest of gods and demons are the same," the giant tiger said. "Interesting." Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang said. "Then, what's the use of this blood word mark?" "It increases strength. Once this mark is awakened, our strength, physical strength, and speed will increase tremendously. Furthermore, we won't be restricted by the rules of the forest of gods and demons. We can fly and burrow underground," the giant tiger said. "Then, where is the temple?" Qin Feiyang asked. "The central area." The giant tiger pointed to the front and said. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked over, his eyes shining. Needless to say, he had already developed a strong interest in this so-called temple. The white-eyed wolf suddenly said, "What's with the illusion here?" "Illusion?" Hearing the two words, the giant tiger and the other two beasts' eyes trembled, as if they were very afraid of the illusion here. "The illusion here is everywhere. For example, when you fall into the illusion, you won't even notice it," the giant tiger said. "So magical?" The white-eyed wolf was surprised. The giant tiger suddenly smiled, revealing a strange smile. "Maybe you've already fallen into the illusion. Are you looking for a beating?" Madman jumped and kicked. Qin Feiyang and the others were speechless. If it was really an illusion, why would the giant tiger and the other two beasts tell them so much? Did they really think they were scared? "The illusion in the forest of gods and demons is different from the outside. The outside illusions are all illusions. But the illusion here is real, and this is the most terrifying part of the forest of gods and demons. Everything looks real, but in fact, you're already in danger," the giant tiger said. "You say it as if it's real." The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and slapped the giant tiger's head with his paw, asking, "Does it hurt?" "Nonsense. Of course it hurts." The giant tiger bared his teeth and said angrily, "Since you know pain, it's still an illusion?" The white-eyed wolf said. The giant tiger was slightly stunned and said angrily, "Didn't I already tell you that everything in the illusion is real? Since it's real, it must hurt. You don't even understand this, are you stupid?" The giant tiger's eyes were full of disdain. The white-eyed wolf looked at the giant tiger, and then looked around. This guy said it as if it was real. Could it be that everything was really an illusion? The giant lion suddenly said. It's actually very easy to distinguish whether it's an illusion or not. How? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at it suspiciously. 3 days later. The souls of living beings who are trapped in the illusion will be annihilated after 3 days. Take a look at it then. If your soul hasn't been annihilated, then you haven't fallen into the illusion. The giant lion said. Soul annihilation. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. This is the illusion of the forest of gods and demons. If you fall into it unknowingly, your soul will have been annihilated by the time you realize it. A strange smile gradually appeared in the giant lion's eyes. Seeing this smile, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but feel goosebumps. They didn't believe it at first, but after hearing what the three beasts said, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Was everything in front of him real or just an illusion? Whoosh! Suddenly, just as Qin Feiyang and the others were distracted, the giant tiger and the other 2 beasts rushed into the sky and fled. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. It turns out that you humans are so easy to fool. Wait and see, we'll settle this score with you. The giant tiger laughed without looking back. The others were stunned. After all this time, they had been fooled? Bastard. After coming back to his senses, Lunatic flew into a rage. But it was too late. The 3 beasts had already disappeared at the end of the forest. How embarrassing. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Each and every one of them were courageous individuals. Yet now, they were actually scared witless by the 3 ferocious beasts. Humph. Next time we meet, watch how I deal with them. Lunatic snorted coldly, furious. Wang Ming pondered for a while and said, I don't think they're trying to scare us. Huh? Lunatic frowned. Do you remember what Beast Venerable said back then? He also said that the illusion here is real. So, at least in this aspect, the 3 beasts didn't lie to us. It's also a reminder for us. In this forest of gods and demons, we have to pay attention to whether we're in an illusion at all times. Wang Ming said. That makes sense. Yang Li nodded in agreement. Then, do you think we're in an illusion now? Don't tell me those 3 guys are fooling us again, making us think that we're not in an illusion. White-Eyed Wolf looked around worriedly. This? Qin Feiyang, Lunatic, Wang Ming, and Yang Li looked around. They really couldn't tell. Chapter 27-26. Let's stop scaring ourselves. If it really is an illusion, no matter how real it is, there must be traces of it. But now, we can't even find any traces of an illusion, which means that it's not an illusion. Qin Feiyang said. Yes, we have to stay calm. If we scare ourselves out of our wits before we even start, how can we continue? Yang Li nodded. Wang Ming, Lunatic, and White-Eyed Wolf smiled when they heard this. I heard from the Venerable Beast that these damaged areas will automatically recover after an hour. I wonder if that's true? Yang Li was suspicious. White-Eyed Wolf said. Then let's wait here for an hour and see for ourselves. Yang Li looked at Qin Feiyang. Anything is fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yang Li immediately looked at the ravaged valley, his eyes filled with anticipation. An hour passed quickly. Immediately, a miraculous scene appeared. Whether it was the destroyed mountains or the grass and trees that were smashed by the battle, they all began to recover. In just a short while, everything returned to its original state. No way! They were dumbfounded. It was already ridiculous that the mountains and rivers could be restored, but even the smashed grass and trees could be restored? What kind of place was this forest of gods and demons? It can't be restored for no reason. This forest of gods and demons should be covered with some kind of mystical power. White-Eyed Wolf scanned the void and said, That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. It's getting more and more interesting. Lunatic chuckled. Wang Ming asked, Where are we going next? Is there even a need to ask? Of course we're going to the temple, Lunatic said. Swoosh! The group immediately turned and dashed into the forest ahead. Brother Qin. But not long after they entered the forest, a group of people ran out of a valley and blocked Qin Feiyang's way. Qin Feiyang frowned. The people who suddenly ran out to block them were the burly man and the others who had escaped earlier. What do you want? Wang Ming landed in front of Qin Feiyang and looked gloomily at the crowd. Don't misunderstand, we don't mean any harm. The big man hurriedly waved his hand. Then what are you guys doing? Wang Ming was suspicious. The big man hesitated and didn't say anything, as if he had something hard to say. The others also lowered their heads, looking nervous and ashamed. Qin Feiyang gently pushed Wang Ming aside and looked at the group. You want to travel with us, right? The group of people was stunned. The burly man smiled and said, Brother Qin is really smart. That's what we meant. After all, there's strength in numbers. Everyone can look after each other. Look after each other? Yang Li couldn't help but scoff when he heard this. With your strength, what can you possibly take care of us? The burly man was at a loss for words. You guys are just afraid of the giant beast in the divine demon forest and want to follow us to seek protection. Don't you find it laughable? Yan Li mercilessly exposed the thoughts of this group of people. The group of people lowered their heads in shame again. Besides, you guys wanted to kill us in the plains earlier. Although young master is magnanimous and didn't take it to heart, it doesn't mean that it's all in the past. Yan Li said. Sorry, it's all our fault. We were muddle-headed and were instigated by the dragons. Brother Qin, please be merciful and help us. We really don't have a choice. As long as you're willing to take us along, we're willing to do anything. The burly man kept apologizing and begging. The others also looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully. Looking at these people, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disgusted. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have died in the plains. And these people definitely wouldn't show mercy to him. They might even stab him a few times while he was down. Now, they were trying to curry favor with him when they were in trouble? He had never seen such thick-skinned people. Get lost! Don't waste our time! Yan Li shouted. I beg you, Brother Qin. The burly man knelt on the ground with a plop. Seeing this, the others also knelt on the ground and begged. Let's go! Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people indifferently and walked straight past them. He wasn't a saint. Letting these people go was already his limit, and they still wanted him to help. How could that be? Dragons are your real fathers. Go ask the dragons for help. Wang Ming couldn't help sneering as he passed by the group of people. The burly man and the others trembled as they looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others in despair. Suddenly, as if a cornered dog jumping over a wall, the burly man roared. You're not helping? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They stopped and turned to look at the burly man. I'm asking you, are you not helping? The burly man said angrily. Yes. Man nodded and asked. Then? Threaten us? Or kill us? We definitely don't have the strength to kill you. But we know who you are. The burly man stared at Man with a sinister smile. Who I am? Man was stunned. We all witnessed the battle between you and the 3 giant beasts. Blood Fiend Domain, if the rumors are true, you're Man, right? The burly man said. Qin? Man was stunned for a moment before he smiled. I didn't expect to be so famous already. You even know what divine art I have. As a disciple of the Dragon God's Hall and a friend of Li Buer, you're actually with Qin Feiyang now? What do you think the consequences will be if word of this gets out? The burly man laughed sinisterly. I see. Man was enlightened. So, this is the bargaining chip you're using to blackmail us. That's right. If you take us out, we can promise to keep our mouths shut. But if you don't agree, although the forest of gods and demons is dangerous, there are so many of us. 1 or 2 of us will be able to make it out alive. At that time, don't blame us for not giving you any face. The burly man shouted. Ha. Man suddenly laughed out loud. He had never seen such an ignorant person before. Even Yi Zhong, the Beast Emperor, and the various ancestral dragons didn't dare to step into the forest of gods and demons. How could it be so easy to make it out alive? Qin Feiyang asked. So, are you sure you're going to eat us? What do you think? The burly man said. Qin Feiyang said. Since that's the case, I'll reveal my true identity. HM? True identity? The burly man and the others were suspicious. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. I am Li Buer. What? You're Li Buer? The group stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. You're surprised, right? The disciple of the Dragon God's Hall Master is actually me, Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said. That's impossible. How could you be Li Buer? The burly man shook his head, his face full of disbelief. The dragons see me as a thorn in their flesh. To enter the Dragon God's Hall, I definitely have to change my appearance. Qin Feiyang said. Li Buer is Qin Feiyang, and Qin Feiyang is Li Buer? The amount of information was too much, and the group couldn't digest it for a long time. Wait a minute. Why are you telling us such an important thing? An old man suddenly asked. Think about it yourself. Qin Feiyang said. The old man looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. The others also had doubts in their eyes. Qin Feiyang is Li Buer, and Li Buer is Qin Feiyang. This was definitely an explosive piece of news. But now, Qin Feiyang actually told them without holding back? Wasn't this digging his own grave? Could it be? The old man's eyes suddenly trembled, and he stared at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger, shouting, You want to kill us? You're quite smart. Qin Feiyang nodded. You. The old man's body and mind trembled. When the burly man and the others heard this, they were also panicking. I really didn't intend to kill them. But you guys are too insensible. You actually want to threaten us? I, Qin Feiyang, am someone you can threaten? Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent. No, we were muddle-headed just now, we were anxious, so we said those words that overestimated ourselves. You're a great person, don't bother with us, we promise to keep our mouths shut. Don't kill us, we won't force you to take us with you, we're really sorry. The group suddenly panicked. How could they do such a stupid thing? Threatening Qin Feiyang, isn't this courting death? Especially the burly man. It was too late for regrets. Who was Qin Feiyang? He was the devil incarnate who even dared to touch the dragons. How could they be so stupid as to threaten him? Qin Feiyang glanced at the group, the killing intent in his eyes receding, and he turned to leave without saying a word. Thank you. The burly man and the others were extremely grateful, thinking that Qin Feiyang had already let them go. Wang Ming. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang spoke indifferently. Wang Ming smiled coldly and stared at the group. I'll tell you another secret. I'm one of the 8 great divine emperors of Dragon Slayer Palace, Emperor Ming. And me, one of the 8 great divine emperors of Dragon Slayer Palace, Emperor Li. Yan Li also sneered. Divine Emperor! The group turned ghastly pale. There were actually 2 great divine emperors of Dragon Slayer Palace. One was the infamous Qin Feiyang, the other was a famous lunatic, and the other was 2 divine emperors who struck fear in countless people. They had actually provoked such a terrifying existence. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Now do you know how stupid your actions were? Killing intent flashed in Wang Ming's eyes, and he darted in front of the burly man like a ghost. Don't kill me! The burly man roared in horror. But it was to no avail. With a wave of his hand, Wang Ming directly smashed the burly man's head, and his soul was instantly annihilated. Don't, I beg you, don't kill us. If you attack again, I'll blow myself up and take you down with me. Seeing this, the group of people were instantly terrified. Blow yourself up? Do you think you have a chance to blow yourself up in front of us? Yan Li's face was full of disdain. He also dashed out like lightning and smashed that man's head with one punch. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, and in less than 3 breaths of time, all 30 or so people were dead. You don't know what's good for you. After that, Wang Ming, Yan Li, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf chased after Qin Feiyang, leaving behind a ground full of broken bodies and severed limbs, and the pungent smell of blood. Chapter 27:27. This young man is getting more and more terrifying. After Qin Feiyang's group left, an old man with white hair appeared beside him. It was the old man with straw sandals. That's right. He had also entered the Divine Demon Forest. For an expert like him, the Divine Demon Forest was more tempting than any other place. Hee, old man, I meet you again. Suddenly, accompanied by laughter, the old woman in green walked out from the side with a snake-shaped walking stick. The old man with straw sandals frowned and said angrily, "Are you following me?" No, no, no. I can only say that this is fate." The old woman in green waved her hand, her eyes glowing with a green light. "Scram! Who is fated with you?" The old man with straw sandals ran forward with a black face. "Since we've met again, why don't we travel together? We can take care of each other," the green-robed old woman said with a smile. "Take care of each other? I'm worried that my old life will die in the hands of an old witch like you before I die under the claws of a giant beast." The old man with straw sandals sneered. "Don't be so heartless." The old woman sighed helplessly. "If I'm not heartless with you, should I talk about feelings with you? Don't follow me. I don't like to travel with others, especially you," the old man with straw sandals warned. But the old woman in green turned a deaf ear. On the other side, "I wonder if this divine demon forest has any heaven-defying treasures or inheritances of the power of laws?" A man and a woman stood on a mountain ridge and looked ahead. The woman was enchanting as she nestled in the arms of the golden-clothed man. The golden-clothed man also hugged the woman's slender waist with one hand. They were like a couple in love. The golden-clothed man frowned and said, "Right now, I'm most concerned about that child called Li Feng." "Why?" The woman was surprised. "Absorbing the essence of flesh and blood to strengthen himself. As far as I know, there's only one person in history who can do this," the golden-clothed man whispered. "Blood ancestor?" The woman thought for a moment and asked. "Yes." The golden-clothed man nodded. "It can't be. Didn't the blood ancestor fall with the destruction of the previous era?" The enchanting woman was bewildered. Perhaps Li Feng obtained his inheritance, or perhaps the blood ancestor didn't truly perish. It seems that with the appearance of Qin Feiyang, the situation is quietly changing. Many big shots who have disappeared will slowly appear, the golden-clothed man said in a deep voice. "If the people of the previous era become active, I'm afraid there will be a catastrophe." The enchanting woman was somewhat worried. "Yes. The people of the previous era hated dragons even more than the people of this era. They have been waiting for an opportunity. And the appearance of Qin Feiyang may be an opportunity for them. I just hope this calamity doesn't involve us," the golden-robed man whispered. "When that time comes, I'm afraid we won't be able to stay out of this," the enchanting woman said. Sigh. The man in gold sighed and looked up at the evil sun in the sky. Was there really no way to avoid it? Time flew by. It had been exactly 3 days since Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Divine Devil Forest. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others stopped at the peak of a giant mountain and looked at the sky in silence. Phew! A moment later, Frenzy let out a long breath and retracted his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, "Everyone is fine. It seems that we really didn't fall into an illusion. We were worried for nothing." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. They were very concerned about this matter. Thus, they decided to stay here and wait until the end of the 3rd day. If they really fell into an illusion, there would definitely be signs before their divine soul was annihilated. This way, they could think of a solution in time. But until now, nothing had happened to them. This was enough to prove that they didn't fall into an illusion. His heart, which had been hanging in the air all this time, could finally be put down. "Lord, it's them!" Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others raised their heads to look. They saw 4 huge creatures flying straight towards them. 3 of them were the giant tiger, and the other 2 beasts. The other one was a bird with flame-like feathers, and its wings were a few 100 feet wide. Fire Luan. Wang Ming whispered. It's quite powerful. It's at the peak 9 heaven state. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to deal with, Yanli said telepathically. The giant tiger and the other 2 beasts were already staring at them. It was too late to hide now. You're the divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace after all. How can you be afraid of a beast? Don't you feel ashamed? The white-eyed wolf said in disdain. The 2 smiled bitterly. If they were outside, they definitely wouldn't be afraid. They could even kill a half-step Eternal Realm cultivator, let alone a peak 9 heaven state cultivator. But how could the outside compare to hell? Here, they were merely at the great perfection 9 heavens realm. Not to mention that this was a beast from the forest of gods and demons. The beasts in the forest of gods and demons were more terrifying than the blood demons. They had to be careful. We'll have to face them sooner or later. There's no need to hide. Wang Ming, Yanli, go and get rid of them. Let them know that we're stronger than the blood demons and the dragons. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Wang Ming and Yanli nodded respectfully. Then, they stomped on the ground and jumped high. The giant tiger shouted. The Guardian is here in person. How dare you act rashly? I don't care if you're a guardian. If you dare to provoke us, even the Heavenly King will have to kneel down. Wang Ming shouted. The god's slaying sword array appeared. 100,000 swords gave off a destructive aura. Dragon slaying formation! Yanli also let out a roar. 99 giant pythons appeared out of nowhere, forming a terrifying killing formation. You're courting death! Fire Luan's eyes darkened. Kill them for me! Roar! Giant tiger and the other 2 beasts roared, and 3 supreme-level divine arts appeared out of thin air. Carrying monstrous momentum, they charged toward Wang Ming and his companion. Ants! Wang Ming and Yanli snorted. The god's slaying sword array and the dragon's slaying formation instantly shattered the sky and charged toward the 4 beasts. The 2 couldn't fly, so they landed on an ancient tree below. The ancient tree was so tall that a dozen people couldn't surround it. The 2 stood at the top of the tree with cold eyes. Boom! The 5 supreme-level divine arts collided with each other. The god's slaying sword array and the dragon's slaying formation, these 2 supreme divine arts, were shattered. Wang Ming and Yanli spat out mouthfuls of blood. How is that possible? The 2 of them were dumbfounded. Although the god's slaying sword array and the dragon's slaying formation weren't their strongest techniques, they shouldn't be this weak. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Don't underestimate them. They've awakened the power of the blood word mark. Lunatic shouted. Blood word mark. The 2 of them looked up at the glabella of the 3 beasts. The blood word mark shone with an intense blood light as if it was condensed from fresh blood. Is this the strength of the god-fiend forest beasts? Seems like we've underestimated them. Wang Ming smiled bitterly. That's right. Although they're only at the 9 heavens realm, they're not weaker than us because they've awakened the power of the blood word mark. This also means that we've underestimated Lunatic's strength in the past. Yanli whispered. Yes. The fact that Lunatic can defeat them so easily shows how strong he is. No wonder young master admires him so much. The 2 of them couldn't help glancing at Lunatic with respect in their eyes. Once this person rose, he would definitely become a super terrifying expert like Qin Feiyang. Good luck! As White-Eyed Wolf said, we're the divine emperors of the dragon's slaying palace. We can't lose to a junior. I can't afford to lose face like this. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming waved his hand, and the 1,000,000 battle sword appeared. Heaven's slaying sword array. Ha! I didn't expect you to be so anxious. But it's not your fault. Who asked these youngsters to be so outstanding? Wang Ming laughed, and his aura surged as he shouted. Dragon slaying formation! 9 divine pythons instantly rushed into the sky. Although there were only 9 divine pythons, It was a level stronger than the dragon's slaying formation formed by the 99 giant pythons. Kill! The two of them shouted. The heaven-slaying sword array and dragon-slaying formation instantly shattered the sky and charged toward the three beasts' sovereign-level divine arts. Boom! A deafening sound exploded between heaven and earth. The divine arts of the three beasts were shattered. Immediately after, the heaven-slaying sword array and dragon-slaying formation charged toward the four beasts with an apocalyptic aura. Swoosh! The fire Luan spread its wings and soared into the sky instantly. The three beasts' reactions seemed to be slower. In the nick of time, the three beasts summoned their armor. Boom! The two killing formations charged forward. The 9 divine pythons and million battle sword drowned the three beasts. Crack! The armor on their bodies did not last long before it shattered into pieces. Seeing that the three beasts were about to die, the fire Luan in the sky suddenly swooped down with flames all over its body and blasted toward the two killing formations like a meteorite. Boom! The two killing formations were shattered by the fire Luan on the spot. Pfft! Wang Ming and the other beasts spat out mouthfuls of blood once more, their eyes filled with shock. Did he just rely on his physical body to shatter their two strongest killing arrays? Was the body of the fire Luan made of iron? Even if it was, it couldn't be that strong. One had to know. Whether it was the heaven-slaying sword array or the dragon-slaying formation, they were both supremacy-level divine arts. No matter how strong one's physical body was, there was no way it could deal with divine arts of this level. Qin Feiyang, lunatic, and the white-eyed wolf were equally dumbfounded. Look! The mark on its forehead is different! The white-eyed wolf suddenly shouted. Different? Qin Feiyang and the other three were stunned. They hurriedly looked at the fire Luan's forehead, and their expressions froze. They had not noticed it before, but the blood word mark on the fire Luan's forehead was golden, as if it was cast from gold leaf and emitted a mysterious aura. A golden blood word mark? What's the difference between this and the blood word mark on the three beasts? Everyone could not help but frown. The fire Luan's extraordinary strength must have something to do with the golden blood word mark. How dare a bunch of ants enter the divine demon forest? The fire Luan floated in the sky and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with disdain in its blazing eyes. Chapter 27-28. So arrogant? Wang Ming was slightly taken aback. His gaze turned cold as he shouted. Heaven and earth cage! Boom! A huge cage fell, trapping the fire Luan and the giant tiger within. Kill! Immediately after, the two of them activated the heaven-destroying sword array and the dragon-slaying array once again and charged towards the fire Luan. Indeed, an unsightly ant! You don't even know your own limits! The fire Luan was extremely disdainful. It raised its sharp claws and clawed at the heaven and earth cage. Crack! Immediately. Like an eggshell, the heaven and earth cage was shattered. No way! Wang Ming's body and mind trembled. Qin Feiyang's heart was also in turmoil. The powerful heaven and earth cage was destroyed just like that. How strong was the fire Luan exactly? Boom! After the heaven and earth cage shattered, the fire Luan destroyed the heaven-destroying sword array and the dragon-slaying array once again. Poof! With the divine arts broken one after another, Wang Ming and Yang Li suffered severe backlash. They bled profusely and their faces were pale. I hate ants like you who don't have any strength and still like to jump around. I'll send you to hell right now! The fire Luan's tone was extremely cold. Boom! The next moment, a huge claw appeared. The claw was as sharp as a mountain. It was completely red and looked like it was made of magma, exuding an apocalyptic might. Immediately after, the claw descended from the sky and charged towards Wang Ming and Yang Li at lightning speed. Supreme killing technique. Not good! Wang Ming's expression changed as he roared. Invincible shield! 10 golden shields appeared, emitting a dazzling divine light as they surrounded Wang Ming and Yang Li. Boom! Almost at the same time, the claw struck. Crack! A crack immediately appeared on one of the golden shields. The shock in Qin Feiyang's heart at that moment was indescribable. Wang Ming's invincible shield was formed from his innate divine ability. Back then, even Blood Gang's self-destruction did not completely shatter the invincible shield. But now, how could a mere claw formed by a sovereign-level deity technique shatter the shield of invincibility so easily? Didn't that mean that the Fire Luan's strength was comparable to the self-destruction of a Nine Heavens realm great perfection cultivator? Compared to the self-destruction, isn't this too outrageous? No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be this strong. Crack! In the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, the broken shield was completely shattered. Following closely, it was the second and third sides. The shield shattered one after another. Wang Ming was also seriously injured time and time again, and he couldn't stop coughing up blood. It seems, it's even stronger than self-detonation, Qin Feiyang murmured. Golden blood words. This was truly a terrifying force. The scariest thing was the person who had given these bloody words. What kind of powerful existence was hidden in this mysterious temple? Crack! The ninth shield was also completely shattered. Young master! Wang Ming exclaimed. If even the shield of invincibility couldn't block the sharp claws, then other means would be useless. Boom! Hearing Wang Ming's call, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and an invisible force suddenly rushed out from his body like a tide toward the Fire Luan. Soul extinguishing technique. No matter how strong the Fire Luan was, it was useless against the soul extinguishing technique. That was because the soul extinguishing technique could ignore all defenses and attack the soul directly. Humph! However, the Fire Luan didn't seem to panic at all. With a cold snort, a golden light suddenly shot out from the golden blood word mark between its eyebrows. The next moment, under Qin Feiyang's incredulous gaze, the golden light actually disintegrated the soul extinguishing technique. Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf were also dumbfounded. It could even disintegrate the soul extinguishing technique? This golden blood word mark was a little too strong. Crack! At the same time, the 10th shield in front of Wang Ming and Lunatic also shattered with a sound. Boom! As the sharp claws fell, the two of them instantly felt a strong sense of danger. They even felt the aura of the Grim Reaper. Swoosh! However, just as their lives were hanging by a thread, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of them. White-Eyed Wolf! Wang Ming and Lunatic were stunned. Qin Feiyang and Lunatic were also stunned. Then, they looked to their sides, but there was no trace of the White-Eyed Wolf. What's going on? When did the White-Eyed Wolf leave? We didn't sense it at all? The two of them were extremely shocked. Even they didn't sense it. What did this mean? It meant that the White-Eyed Wolf's speed was almost to the point where they couldn't sense it. But how could the White-Eyed Wolf be so fast? In terms of understanding of the White-Eyed Wolf, Lunatic aside, who in the world knew the White-Eyed Wolf better than Qin Feiyang? It could be said that the person who knew the White-Eyed Wolf the best was Qin Feiyang. However, in Qin Feiyang's memory, the White-Eyed Wolf didn't have such a fast speed. But now, the truth was right in front of him. Was this still the White-Eyed Wolf he knew? Hee hee! The White-Eyed Wolf grinned and clawed at the sharp claws. Golden light burst out from the claws. Boom! Wang Ming and Lunatic were stupefied by what happened. The White-Eyed Wolf's claw actually blocked the sharp claws. How was this possible? This scene completely overturned their understanding of the White-Eyed Wolf. After all, even the shield of invincibility couldn't block the sharp claws of the Fire Luan, but now, the White-Eyed Wolf blocked it. The most important thing was, the White-Eyed Wolf's cultivation was only at the 9th heaven realm. Why aren't you stepping back? The White-Eyed Wolf patted the two of them and raised his eyebrows. Yes, yes, yes. The two of them came back to their senses and hurriedly nodded. Then, they turned around and ran to Qin Feiyang and Lunatic at lightning speed. Yanli said, Young master, you really hid your strength well. You can't talk about us. You should talk about the white-eyed wolf alone. It's hiding its strength well. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Even he didn't expect the white-eyed wolf to be so powerful. Puff! But before he could finish his words, the white-eyed wolf spat out a mouthful of blood. Its claws were cut open, and like a meteorite, it was sent flying by the sharp claws and smashed into the mountains behind it. I thought you could give me a little surprise, but it turns out that you're just an ant. The Fire Luan looked down at the white-eyed wolf condescendingly. Boom! Its sharp claws shattered the sky and blasted toward the white-eyed wolf. Will it be okay? Yanli exclaimed. Who knows? Lunatic pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, It didn't ask for help. It should be fine. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light rushed out from the ground. Who else could it be but the white-eyed wolf? No way! Looking at the white-eyed wolf at this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly widened their eyes. They saw that the white-eyed wolf didn't have a single wound on its body. Moreover, its claws, which had been cut open earlier, had healed at this moment. Did it take some magical elixir? Wang Ming murmured. Magical elixir? It can heal so quickly unless it has 10 divine life elixirs with dragon-shaped elixirs. And the divine life elixirs I gave it have 4 dragon-shaped elixirs. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Powerful strength, terrifying recovery ability, this was really unimaginable. Although the white-eyed wolf was sent flying by the sharp claws in the end, its strength was already very terrifying. Ha! At the same time, Fire Luan, Giant Tiger, and the other 2 beasts looked at the lively white-eyed wolf with a hint of surprise on their faces. The white-eyed wolf looked at the sharp claws coming at it, then turned to Qin Feiyang and the others and said with a smile, Look at your little expectant eyes. I'll show you a little. Show you a little? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden light rushed out from the white-eyed wolf's back. At this moment, a giant golden wolf appeared behind the white-eyed wolf. The appearance of that enormous golden wolf was exactly the same as that of the white-eyed wolf. However, its body was extremely enormous. It was several tens of thousands of feet long. It was like an enormous mountain that stood between heaven and earth. Look at my invincible overlord fist! The white-eyed wolf roared. The giant golden wolf behind it immediately stood up and threw a punch at the sharp claws. With a loud bang, the sharp claws shattered in the air. Immediately after, the giant golden wolf's claws attacked the Fire Luan. You're courting death! The Fire Luan was furious. All of a sudden, his entire body was enveloped in flames. The next moment, a huge fireball appeared in the sky. It looked like a meteorite flying from outer space, carrying a monstrous wave of fire as it blasted towards the giant golden wolf. Look at my second move, Invincible Overlord Fist! The white-eyed wolf roared again, and the giant golden wolf punched the fireball. Invincible Overlord Fist? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was the difference between this and the first move, Invincible Overlord Fist? It was just the name reversed. A huge fireball, a huge fist, it was like a comet colliding in the sky. The heaven and earth here were suddenly shrouded in flames and golden light. A destructive aura surged out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Hey! Look at my brother's third move, Invincible Overlord Fist! The white-eyed wolf grinned. What the hell? Another Invincible Overlord Fist? Qin Feiyang and the others were quite speechless. Invincible Overlord Fist, Invincible Overlord Fist, Invincible Overlord Fist, what kind of names were these? There was no difference at all. The giant golden wolf punched again, and the fireball immediately shattered with a crack. Like fireworks, the flames illuminated the sky. So powerful? The giant tiger and the other 2 beasts were terrified. The guardian was actually no match for this wolf cub. The Fire Luan's eyes were also full of disbelief. What kind of monster was this? Invincible Overlord Fist? Invincible Overlord Fist? Invincible Overlord Fist? It sounded so unreliable, but it was actually so powerful. The last move, Invincible Overlord Fist! The white-eyed wolf roared, but then it was stunned. It raised its claws, scratched its head, and muttered, "This name doesn't sound right? Nonsense? Invincible Overlord Fist, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't sound right." Qin Feiyang and the others were speechless to the extreme. What Overlord Fist, what Invincible Fist, it was simply the white-eyed wolf's nonsense. Forget it. Whatever. Anyway, it's invincible. Look at my last move, Invincible Little Fist. The white-eyed wolf shook its head, looking very casual and arrogant. What's that? Invincible Little Fist? The corners of Qin Feiyang and the others' mouths twitched. Was it here to be funny? However, although the white-eyed wolf was a bit nonsensical, the strength it displayed was really terrifying. Bang! As its voice fell, the giant golden wolf's aura reached an unprecedented peak, and a fist suddenly blasted toward the Fire Luan. I can't even beat this unreliable thing? It's a great shame, a great shame! The Fire Luan was unable to restrain its anger. Its huge body turned into a ball of raging fire and blasted toward the giant golden wolf. Chapter 27-29. The last move was called Invincible Fist Overlord, but in the blink of an eye, it became Invincible Little Fist. How could it be so casual? It was simply humiliating and looking down on it. It couldn't take it. Burning with rage, the Fire Luan's aura soared to a terrifying level. The golden light from the blood character mark between its eyebrows was even brighter than before. It looked like a golden sun embedded in the center of its brows. Boom! In that instant, the fists of the Fire Luan and the giant golden wolf collided. At that moment, a terrifying and destructive aura burst out from it. For a moment, the Fire Luan and the giant golden wolf were in a stalemate. The two seemed to be evenly matched. But this stalemate was quickly broken. The giant golden wolf seemed to sense the Fire Luan's provocation, and it slammed its head into the Fire Luan's head. The Fire Luan was immediately dizzy. The giant golden wolf took the opportunity to kick it, and the Fire Luan was immediately sent flying with a howl and smashed into the ground. Did you see that? Where did it kick the Fire Luan? The corner of Wang Ming's mouth twitched. Yes. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded, and a row of black lines appeared on their foreheads. Earlier, they could clearly see that the golden wolf had kicked the Fire Luan's egg. It's as shameless as the white-eyed wolf. Madman was speechless. As shameless as what? I think that giant golden wolf is the white-eyed wolf's true form. A Nine Heavens realm cultivator actually used such a despicable method. It's embarrassing even if it wins. Yanli despised it. Looking at the Fire Luan again. Lying on the broken ground, its two wings were covering a place where blood was flowing, and its eyes were full of pain. Whoosh! The white-eyed wolf ran to the Fire Luan's side and sighed. Are you stupid? I already said that this is the Invincible Little Fist, and since it's the Invincible Little Fist, it must be invincible. Why did you still charge at it? You bastard! The Fire Luan was furious. Not only did it use such a despicable method, it even dared to mock it. How could it be so outrageous? Being invincible is so lonely. The white-eyed wolf shook his head, as if he was invincible and lonely. I can't take it anymore. Beat him up! The giant tiger roared. He was too good at pretending. Boom! The giant tiger and the other two beasts immediately charged towards the white-eyed wolf. The blood character mark between their eyebrows emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Not to mention the three beasts, even Qin Feiyang and the others wanted to rush up and beat this wolf cub up. Will you die if you don't pretend? Sigh! The white-eyed wolf glanced at the three beasts and shook his head helplessly. It's hard to keep a low profile. Pretending my ass! Go to hell! The three beasts roared. Boom! However, with a loud bang, the three beasts were sent flying by the giant golden wolf's claw, smashing into the ground not far away. Look, look! I'm just so invincible! Even I feel helpless. The white-eyed wolf sighed. That cocky look was really asking for a beating. The Fire Luan, the giant tiger, and the other two beasts got up and stared at the white-eyed wolf as if they wanted to eat him up. It didn't matter if they lost. However, this non-stop posturing really annoyed them. Not convinced? Fine. I'll let you have a taste of my invincible punches. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant golden wolf rushed up and gave them a good beating. The four beasts wailed incessantly. Venomous curses rang out incessantly. Because not only the Fire Luan, but even the three beasts, little genitals, were specially taken care of by the giant golden wolf. Although it's a little shameless, it's really strong, Wang Ming murmured. Yes. Yan Li nodded and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Young master, what the hell are these things around you? Each one is more perverted than the other. Do you know how to talk? What do you mean by things? You should call us geniuses. Lunatic glared at Yan Li. Yes, geniuses. Yan Li smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about other things, just talk about strength and talent. The so-called geniuses of China were really nothing compared to this group of people. Do you admit defeat? Yes. Are you still arrogant? Not arrogant. Is your brother powerful? Yes. All right, since you're so sensible, I'll reluctantly accept you as my little brothers. Come, let me hear you call me Big Brother. Hello, Big Brother. Big Brother, awesome. Big Brother, mighty. Not bad. In a short while, the Fire Luan and the four beasts were subdued by the white-eyed wolf. Let's go! The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly and walked toward Qin Feiyang and the others. The four beasts got up and helplessly followed the white-eyed wolf. Not only were they beaten up, but they also became this wolf cub's little brothers. How embarrassing! How could they survive in the forest of gods and demons in the future? Little Qin Zi, what do you think? The white-eyed wolf smiled at Qin Feiyang. Tell me honestly, what did you get when you became a god? Qin Feiyang grabbed the white-eyed wolf's tail and said, What are you doing? Are you trying to force a confession out of me? Let me tell you, it's useless. I'd rather die than submit. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and immediately said angrily, You! Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Damn wolf cub, you're so stubborn. However, he was already sure that the white-eyed wolf must have received a great fortune when he became a god. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? As people often said, one could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ever since he became a god, the white-eyed wolf had not fought, so later on. Big Black Wolf, the three Black Panther brothers, and even Lunatic thought that the white-eyed wolf was just a decoration. But the truth was that he was truly strong. The white-eyed wolf roared, Let go, or don't blame me for getting angry with you. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. It seemed that it was useless to interrogate him, so he let go of the white-eyed wolf's tail. Brother Wolf, since you're so strong, why didn't I see you take action when we were in danger before? Lunatic stepped forward and asked curiously. I keep a low profile. Besides, look at those big shots, don't they always appear at the end? The white-eyed wolf raised his head and said, Get lost! Lunatic's face darkened. He really did get angry at being called fat. On the side, Wang Ming and Yan Li looked at each other. These guys couldn't be treated like ordinary people. Wang Ming looked at Hulwan, then at Qin Feiyang. It just so happens that we're going to the temple. Why don't we let it lead the way? Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. What? You're going to the temple? Hulwan looked at Qin Feiyang and the others in astonishment. Is there a problem? Qin Feiyang asked. Haha, do you know how many guardians there are in the temple? Do you know how many guardians are stronger than me? If you go to the temple, you're courting death. Hulwan sneered. Still so arrogant? The white-eyed wolf glared. Humph. I'm just stating a fact. Hulwan snorted coldly. Pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang looked at Hulwan and asked with a smile. Then I want to ask, are those guardians as strong as transformed blood demons? A transformed blood demon? Hulwan murmured and looked proudly at Qin Feiyang. They're about the same. I thought they were stronger than transformed blood demons, but it turns out they're just about the same. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hulwan said, From your tone, it sounds like you can even defeat transformed blood demons? I haven't truly fought with a transformed blood demon before. But I killed millions of people by myself, and most of them were in the Nine Heavens realm. Can you so-called guardians do that? Qin Feiyang said. Kill millions of people? You must be kidding. How can you, a human, do that? Do you think I'm so easy to fool? Hulwan's eyes were full of disdain. Ha ha! Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Whether I'm fooling you or not, you'll know soon enough. Lead the way. Okay. If you insist on courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Hulwan sneered. As soon as its voice fell, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed on Hulwan's back. What are you doing? Hulwan immediately roared. What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked in return. Looking at Frenzy and the others on the ground, he said, Why aren't you coming up? Okay. The group of people came back to their senses and jumped onto Hulwan's back. Bastard! You actually think I'm a mount? Hulwan was furious. What did you say just now? Are you being arrogant again? White-eyed Wolf slapped Hulwan's head with its claw. You! Hulwan was flustered and angry. If you keep talking, I'll pluck your feathers and roast you on the fire. White-eyed Wolf said. Okay. You wait and see. Hulwan roared in its heart, rose into the air, and flew into the depths of the forest like lightning. Giant Tiger and the other two beasts looked at each other, looked up at Hulwan's back, and shouted, Master, what should we do? Up to you. Hulwan shouted coldly without looking back. You, of course, take us to the temple. Suddenly, a hoarse laugh sounded behind the three beasts. Giant Tiger and the other two beasts were shocked. They turned around and saw two humans standing not far away. It was the straw-shoe old man and the green-robed old woman. And me. Little Demon Child also came out from the other side of the forest. Bang! After Little Demon Child appeared, there was a steady and powerful sound of footsteps. The burly man, who was more than 2 meters tall, also came out of the forest expressionlessly. Of course, we can't be left out. The golden-robed man also came out from the other side with the enchanting woman in his arms. The straw-shoe old man glanced at them and frowned. You're all here? The enchanting woman smiled charmingly. This can only mean that we have the same idea. What idea? I don't understand. The straw-shoe old man shook his head. You old man, you still like to play dumb. Why are you following Qin Feiyang? Isn't it because you think that following Qin Feiyang will give you a chance to obtain the heaven-defying artifact and the inheritance of the power of law? The enchanting woman said. Do you need to talk? The straw-shoe old man stared at the enchanting woman. What? Are you going to bully me because you're old? The enchanting woman looked at the straw-shoe old man pitifully. The straw-shoe old man couldn't help but feel a headache. He looked at Giant Tiger and the other two beasts and said, Take me to the temple immediately. Who are you? Do you think this is still your human territory? Do you think you can do whatever you want? It just so happens that I have nowhere to vent my anger. Go to hell. Giant Tiger and the other two beasts roared and pounced on the straw-shoe old man's group. Chapter 27:30. However, they ignored the injuries on their bodies. Previously, they had been beaten black and blue by the white-eyed wolf. Perhaps, they did not ignore the fact that they were injured because they did not take this group of people seriously. They thought that this group of people was as easy to bully as those people in the past. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, the burly man, the green-robed old woman, and the enchanting woman rushed out at lightning speed. Bang! Bang! In just a few rounds, the three beasts were beaten down by the three people. Another group of ruthless people? The three beasts were somewhat stunned. Whoosh! The fire Luan flapped its two huge wings and shuttled through the sky above the god-fiend forest like a stream of light. Wherever it went, the beasts avoided it. The white-eyed wolf scanned the mountains below and said, "Let me ask you, is there really an illusion in the god-fiend forest?" "Of course." The fire Luan nodded. "Then why didn't we encounter it?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "I can only say that you guys are lucky. We'll talk about it later. How long have you guys been in the god-fiend forest?" The fire Luan snorted coldly. "Lucky?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned and chuckled. "Needless to say, it must have something to do with my character." "What does it have to do with your character?" The fire Luan was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the rest also looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. "Of course I have good character, so I'm lucky." The white-eyed wolf smiled narcissistically and looked at Qin Feiyang and the rest. "You guys are basking in my glory, do you know that? Shameless." The fire Luan cursed in its heart. Qin Feiyang and the rest also rolled their eyes. They did not object to narcissism, but could there be a limit to it? How could it take credit for such a thing? The white-eyed wolf did not mind at all. Standing on the fire Luan's head, it asked, "Now that we're high up in the sky, will we encounter an illusion?" "Not in the sky." The fire Luan shook its head. "Why?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "Why are you asking so many questions?" The Luan was infuriated. Couldn't they just keep quiet? Why did they keep asking? How annoying! Arrogant again? The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He kicked the fire Luan's head and shouted, "Do you want to die? You!" Luan was furious. As a member of the shrine's guardians, he was actually bullied by a wolf to this extent. How infuriating! "Quick, answer my question!" White-eyed wolf said angrily. All right, the fire Luan answered. "Because the illusions are set in the forest, there are no illusions in the sky." "I see. In other words, the mythical forest's restriction on flying is due to these illusions," the white-eyed wolf said. "That's right. If everyone can fly, then what's the point of setting up these illusions?" Luan nodded. "All right then, after we go to the Divine Palace, bring us to the Divine Devil Square." The white-eyed wolf laughed. Since they were flying the entire time, they didn't have to worry about falling into illusions. "You have the final say," the fire Luan said. Since they weren't under the eaves, they had to lower their heads. No matter what the white-eyed wolf said, it would agree first and wait until they reached the Divine Palace. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "How long will it take to reach the Divine Palace?" "Half a year," the fire Luan said. "Half a year?" The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and frowned. "That's not right. Didn't the giant tiger and the other two beasts only take 2 or 3 days to ask for your help?" "Because I wasn't at the Divine Palace," the fire Luan said. "What do you mean?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "We are the guardians of the Divine Palace, and each of us is guarding an area. And I, the Emperor, am guarding this area. Therefore, the giant tiger and the rest don't need to go to the Divine Palace to look for me," the fire Luan said. "I see." The white-eyed wolf nodded in realization and asked curiously, "Then how many guardians do you have in total?" "I don't know. Everyone is scattered all over the place and rarely interacts with each other. If anything happens, we will go directly to the 10 strongest guardians. The 10 strongest guardians are stationed at the Divine Palace and are the most powerful existences in the entire forest of gods and demons," the fire Luan said with admiration in its eyes. "The 10 strongest guardians?" They looked at each other. The fire Luan's strength was obvious to all, but even it was so respectful and worshipful. Then how strong were these 10 strongest guardians? "Look, there's a group of people over there." Wang Ming suddenly pointed to a plain below, and said, "A group of people?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Looking down, they saw 40 to 50 people walking on the plain in a sorry state. There were men and women, old and young. Everyone looked exhausted and their bodies were covered in wounds. "They seem familiar." Yang Li frowned and suddenly slapped his head. I saw them when we first arrived at the plain. In other words, they were the first batch of people to enter the forest of gods and demons. The white-eyed wolf mocked. It's truly a miracle that they're still alive. I think there were only slightly more than 100 people who entered the forest of gods and demons back then. It's indeed a miracle that there are 40 to 50 people left after more than 100 years. Yang Li nodded. Humph. It took them more than 100 years to get here. It's obvious that they must have been hiding in this area and didn't move forward. What kind of miracle can this method of living without purpose be considered? The Fire Luan was disdainful. I don't agree with you. Although living without purpose is a sign of incompetence, as long as you can survive, you're the winner, Yang Li said. However, before he could finish his sentence, the group of people collapsed one after another and died without any warning. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the others were bewildered. Do you even need to ask? They must have fallen into an illusion, and their souls were destroyed on their own. The Fire Luan said. Illusion. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, and he said in a deep voice, Let's go down and take a look. Are you sure you want to go down? There might be an illusion on the plain. The Fire Luan said. If there really was an illusion on the plain, would you say that? I'm afraid you can't wait for us to run down immediately. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. You're smart. The Fire Luan snorted coldly and swooped down in front of the corpses. Wang Ming, go and check it out. Qin Feiyang. Yes. Wang Ming jumped over to the group of people and checked carefully before returning to the Fire Luan's back and saying in a deep voice. They did die because their souls were destroyed. The gazes of Qin Feiyang and the others froze. Sure enough, Giant Tiger and the other two beasts hadn't lied to them. This was the outcome of falling into an illusion. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard for them to believe it. Illusion. The group couldn't help but look around. There were no traces of an illusion on the plain or in their surroundings. Furthermore, they had seen these people walking with their own eyes. In other words, indeed, it was as Beast Emperor and Giant Tiger and the other two beasts had said, even if they were in an illusion, everything that happened and saw was real. There was no way to break an illusion like this. Because you didn't know if you were in an illusion or not? When did you fall into an illusion? Let's go! Qin Feiyang shouted. From now on, they would try their best to stay high up in the sky. It was simply too dangerous in the forest. Time flew by. Half a year later, the group had already entered the central region of the forest of gods and demons. The mountains and ancient trees here were even more majestic and magnificent. One after another, giant peaks towered into the sky. Dozens of people probably wouldn't be able to encircle the ancient trees. The vines were as thick as horned dragons. Furthermore, the giant beasts in the mountains were all at the Nine Heavens' great perfection realm and exuded an extremely powerful aura. Humans? When they saw Qin Feiyang and the others on the Fire Luan's back, the giant beasts below were very shocked. However, because of the Fire Luan's identity, none of the giant beasts blocked their way or questioned them. Very soon, an incomparably huge mountain entered the vision of Qin Feiyang and the others. The mountain was more than 100,000 feet tall, and its peak towered into the clouds, making it difficult to see its full appearance. However, Qin Feiyang and the others could sense a terrifying, ferocious aura from the peak of the mountain from afar. The Fire Luan said, The temple is at the peak of the mountain. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the peak of the mountain. Since the temple was at the peak of the mountain, the ferocious aura they sensed was definitely from the so-called 10 strongest guardians. Qin Feiyang patted the white-eyed wolf and the other two and said telepathically, Don't be rash. Try not to attack if you can. Understood. Wang Ming and the other two nodded with solemn eyes. That was because the ferocious aura alone was enough to make them feel a fatal threat. However, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf were eager to give it a try. Swoosh! The Fire Luan did not stop at all and charged directly to the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist like an immortal realm. At the peak of the mountain stood a majestic palace. The palace was approximately 1,000 feet tall and was pitch black in color, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Apart from that, there was nothing else at the peak of the mountain. However, in front of the palace, there was a square that was approximately 100 meters wide. The square was paved with a layer of black stones that were as flat as a mirror and had signs of severe weathering. Clearly, this had been there for many years. There were 10 ferocious beasts sprawled on the square. The 10 ferocious beasts were not huge and were only half a meter long each. They sprawled on the ground with their eyes closed as though they were taking a nap. Among them, there were 3 wolves. A black wolf, a silver wolf and a white wolf. The remaining 7 ferocious beasts were a black eagle, a white python, a black bear, a golden mouse, a dragon horse, a ferocious crocodile and a snow rabbit. That snow rabbit and little golden mouse are pretty cute, the white-eyed wolf muttered. Cute? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Hadn't he heard of the saying that the cuter something was, the more dangerous it was? Huoluan was speechless as well. Did he know how strong the snow rabbit and golden mouse were? How ferocious. When they went berserk, even they were afraid of themselves. The word cute had nothing to do with them. Greetings, sirs. Huoluan calmed down and prostrated on the ground, greeting respectfully. Qin Feiyang and the rest jumped down from Huoluan's back and stood at the edge of the square, looking at the temple curiously. The temple's doors were tightly shut, giving off a mysterious vibe. What kind of treasure was hidden inside? Swoosh! The 10 ferocious beasts opened their eyes slowly and looked at Qin Feiyang and the rest with a cold glint in their eyes. Don't you know where this is? Why did you bring them here? Black Bear looked at Huoluan and shouted. Huoluan shuddered and said hurriedly, Forgive me, Lord Black Bear. I didn't want either. They forced me. Forced? Black Bear was stunned. The other 9 ferocious beasts were surprised as well. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.